bitter. Lions back to work in Allen Park later this morning.
I know you don't
Elsewhere
like
in
getting
the NFL,
inside the head of the
Ravens' wild
Michigan
streak of
Brain
24
Trust.
straight exhibition wins comes to an end. The Commanders beat Baltimore on a field goal with less than 10 seconds to go last night, 29-28 in Washington. And Jonathan Taylor, the star running back of the Colts, reportedly back on the trade block after a very public feud with the team over contract negotiations. They want at least a first-round pick. Also, he wants a big contract extension after rushing for nearly 3,000 yards and 29 touchdowns in the past 2 seasons. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Thank you very much, Chris. If you missed it, Robert Porcher coming up at 9:35. Chris mentioned in the update the Jonathan Taylor situation. Let me ask you this real quick here, John. Where do you think is the best place for said Jonathan Taylor to end up, both for him and for the team he would be traded to?
I think the ideal place would be Dallas. And I mean, I would hate for them to get any better. I don't want to see them, especially a team in the NFC. But I think if the Colts are looking to unload Jonathan Taylor, and they're asking for a first round. I don't think they get a first rounder in return, but I don't think that they want to trade them inside the AFC. Not necessarily for this year because the Colts aren't going to be very good, but for the coming years, if they believe Jonathan Taylor is going to be a force for 2, 3, 4 years down the road. Let's not get too far down the road because he's a running back, but they would rather unload him into the NFC. So it works for the Colts. And when you look at the Dallas Cowboys, it works for them as well. Pollard, their running back right now, is coming off an injury. They don't really have Deuce Vaughn is their backup, and he's been very productive in the preseason, but they don't have any proven depth behind him. And with Dak Prescott, I think he is a guy that needs a lot of weapons around him. And if you can hand the ball off to Pollard, to Jonathan Taylor, you sprinkle in Deuce Vaughn, you're able to then, control the tempo of the game, control the situations that you're in a little bit more, take measured shots down the field. He's a guy that can get the ball down the field. He just last year was bit by the turnover bug. I think paired with that defense, that'd be a huge move for Dallas and a big-time step up, and a move that Jerry Jones would kind of signify like, hey, we are all in for this year, and you could also say this is maybe a 2-year move.
Right. What's his contract? How many more years does he have left?
Who's that?
Jonathan Taylor?
He's on I believe, the last year of his contract.
Okay.
Yeah, which is why he wanted the contract extension.
All right. You know who I think actually is the best fit for him? Now, I don't think they would do it because they let go somebody who was making a lot of money at that position. The Minnesota Vikings. I mean, are you going to let your whole running back situation basically in the hands
rest
of
on Madison?
And Madison?
Well, so here's the difference is Dalvin Cook, correct me if I'm wrong, was playing on a second contract.
Yeah.
This is an opportunity for them to get him and structure that contract so that, yes, I know Jonathan Taylor wants to get paid, but it could also be friendly to the franchise
right.
when you're looking at trying to figure out what you're going to do at the quarterback position, because Kirk Cousins is also in the final year of his deal.
Correct. I mean, if
I don't like that as much because I don't want him in the division.
I understand that. Either do I. But, you're talking about a team that, won 13 games last year.
Yep.
Granted, most of them were,
Kirk Cousins is also a guy that needs weapons around him.
Nail biters. I mean, they have really good receivers, obviously. Justin Jefferson's the best in the league. They have a pretty good offensive line. Darrisaw's a really good player. They have a good tight end in T.J. Hawkinson. Addison is probably going to be a pretty good wide receiver, taking Thielen's place.
So the one flaw in their offense would be the running game.
Jonathan Taylor would fit very well in purple. He would. I mean, I wouldn't like to see it. You don't want him in this division, but Madison's not a bad player, but I'd rather... If I'm Aaron Glenn, I'd much rather face a team that has Alexander Madison as my running back
than Jonathan
Taylor. Wouldn't you?
100%.
Yeah. And the other team, The team that everybody thought Dalvin Cook might go to is Paul's team, the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, they're in the mix.
There have been already talk on Twitter from some of the reporters saying the Dolphins have already reached out to the Colts.
I would think that they would.
Would you trade a 1 for him, Paul? I mean, he's only assuming he's still going to be a free agent at the end of the year, though.
I would not trade a 1. But he would help the Dolphins. You know, another team I think he would help is the Bills, but the Bills don't seem to want to address their running back situation.
You're
So
right.
let me ask you this in regards to the value of Jonathan Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
What did we see Christian McCaffrey go for? He got San Francisco gave up a second, a fourth, and a fifth. I might be missing a pick in there, but I know that there wasn't a first-round pick involved in trading for Christian McCaffrey. Where does Jonathan Taylor compare? How does he compare to Christian McCaffrey? Now, Christian McCaffrey, in my estimation,
He's better because he's more versatile.
he's more versatile. He's a guy that you could throw the ball to. Jonathan Taylor, yes, you could throw the ball to him, but he's not as reliable as a receiver. You can't use him in as many ways as Christian McCaffrey.
No.
He's younger,
Yes. How much younger is it? Well, let's see.
probably 4 years.
McCaffrey's 27 years old.
Yeah, I think Jonathan Taylor's 23.
Yeah.
I think he's 24, actually.
Okay, so 3 years.
Yeah. Yeah. Could they get as much as they got from McCaffrey? I don't know.
Well, I don't know if they get as much, but I think the
They
point
got-
is
here's
they
the
don't get a
trade.
first round in return.
Christian McCaffrey traded to the 49ers for a 2023 second-round pick, a 2023 third-round pick, a 2023 fourth-round pick, and a 24 fifth-round pick.
So a 2, 3, 4, and
a
5.
five,
Yeah,
yeah.
but not a first.
Correct.
All right, so, I mean, that's... I
All
think
right,
that's
Stephen
kind of the
Ross
goal-
sitting over there. Would you do that?
I would do it depending on what kind of contract they gave him after that, because they wouldn't just trade for him to let him leave a year later. So they'd have to give him a deal, and I don't want to pay a running back $10 million a year.
Well, then you're not getting Jonathan Taylor because he's going to make at least 10. Because 10's
Well,
the franchise limit, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you franchise him, it's going to be, it's like, what, 10.2 or
Yeah,
something like that.
right.
You know, we went through that whole story with Saquon.
Right.
But, okay, so you don't want to pay him $10 million a year for very long. But what if the contract was structured so, hey, you know, it's $10 million or it's $11 million a year for the first 2 years, and then there's an escalator. So if he stays healthy and he's still productive, you know, maybe you're bumping him up to 12 or 13. But it's because he's been productive and remains productive.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't mind the Dolphins making the deal. It just the cap situation concerns me because they got to re-sign Christian Wilkins
Yeah.
this coming year. He's holding in right now, which means he's there, but he's not really practicing.
And it really depends on what their future plans are with Tua.
Yeah, because they're gonna have to re-sign Tua next year.
It's a big year for him, man.
Oh, it's a huge year. I mean, first of all, he needs to stay healthy.
Right.
You know, I mean, he's put on weight and learned how to take a hit. Is that what the off-season training was?
Yeah,
Instead of improving their offensive line, they just sent their quarterback to what, Tai Chi classes?
Yeah. Let me ask you this: another fit maybe in the division is the Bears because they're a ways away, but
Yeah.
you get them on a long-term deal. I mean, who's the Herbert and what, Dante Freeman are their running backs right now?
Yeah, I'm not sure the Bears are ready to make that type. That's kind of an all-in move.
Well, it depends, but if
because if you're going to give up that many draft picks
right, but you're going to, I mean,
for a team that needs
But you're gonna-
so much more.
but you're going to sign him for a long-term deal is my thing.
Okay,
He's
so you're
not-
going to
he's not a
handicap.
rental.
So for a team that, okay, by the time you're ready to be a force, is it 2 years? And then
Yeah.
all of a sudden, you know, hey, you're a running back.
Their
it's
offense should
6
still be
years.
pretty good this year. I think Fields is going to step up his game. He finally has
We'll
a
see.
really good receiver. I
What
don't, think,
about-
I don't think he's going to be all pro or anything like that, but I think he's going to be really good. I mean, he's gonna be,
But if they're able to continue to, you know, throw the wide receiver screen, sure.
What about a team that's
you don't think he can throw the ball deep?
I don't know that he's going to be
When he's
accurate.
got somebody
deep.
like DJ Moore, I don't.
We'll see.
You know, yeah, we will.
what do you think about a team under the radar, the Cincinnati Bengals,
I think they're
to move
pretty-
on from Mixon?
Yeah, I was going to say they're kind of fed up with him a little bit. I think.
Yeah, he's had an off the field issue.
Is Pirine still on the team?
That's
I think
Samaje
so.
Pirine.
Yeah, he's
I don't know if he is or not,
He's
but
still on the
it's.
Bengals?
I mean, Yeah, but the problem there is they're trying to figure out, they're rubbing all their nickels together to figure out how much they're going to be, sending to Joe Burrow.
And yes, and Jamar Chase down the road. And
Joe Mixon, even though they may be frustrated with him, is still going to be very, I think, productive for him this year. They still got, Chris Evans.
Although in big games, Joe Mixon, I think, averages under like 3.7 yards a carry.
Yeah.
So I think they're ready to move on from him, definitely.
Well,
after
I think
this year.
they're ready to move on from some of the linemen that they signed for big money, trying to revamp that offensive line. But
but you're right, Burrow, Chase, and they're not going to. They probably won't even have enough money to sign Higgins.
The ideal situation is going to be either Dallas or the Vikings in terms of the roster needs.
Correct, and Miami too.
Yeah. But that becomes more of a salary cap issue.
Exactly. All right. Our telephone number, 248-539-9797. There is another list came out. Power rankings. Where do you think the Lions rank? We'll let you know next. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, summer's flying by, and our friends at Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield recognize that. Just like we have, there's still time to make this the best one yet. Visit Fox CDJR of Southfield for the Make This the Summer sales event to shop exciting specials during the month of August. You can lease a 2023 Jeep Compass starting at only $299 a month, or a 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn for $399 a month. The best part is Fox CDJR of Southfield's easy 3-step process for purchasing a vehicle. First, work with the expert product specialist to pick out the perfect vehicle for your family. Next, the team will help you find the best price or payment for your budget. And finally, after you say yes to your new ride, you can take delivery in less than an hour with their expert delivery team. All you got to do is stop by the dealership today at 11 and a half and Telegraph for the best guest experience you've ever had, or you can visit them online at Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield.com. That's Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield.com. See dealer for complete details based on bank approval, proper and required documentation, including employee number, registration, and funds.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. ESPN came out with a list yesterday. They have more lists than mistakes I make every morning. Anyway, their lists today is the power rankings, the preseason power rankings. Well, after half the preseason or 2/3 of the preseason. How the team, because their last power rankings they did was after the draft.
Right.
So I don't think anybody could really argue with their top four. You might want to quibble with their order, but they have Kansas City 1, Philadelphia 2, Cincinnati 3, and San Francisco 4. Any quibbles there, anybody?
No, I don't think so.
No, I think that's pretty damn accurate.
Yeah.
Buffalo at 5. I'm okay with that, I think. Miami was at 6.
Yeah.
Dallas at 7. Great defense.
Mm-hmm.
Coach and quarterback a little bit on the warm seat, so to speak.
I would say coach on the hot seat, quarterback, yes, it's warming up.
Mm-hmm. I like the Cowboys team. I don't like the Cowboys.
Well, I know your adopted son plays for them defensively.
I understand that, but he's a great player. I can't determine the draft. Baltimore is 8th. The Chargers are 9th.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Chargers are a team that very intriguing to me. They have 3, we believe, with the rookie Quentin Johnson from TCU. Really good receivers if they stay healthy with, Keenan Allen and Mike Williams. And pretty good running back in Austin Eckler. Scores a lot of touchdowns. And the guy who throws the ball, spins it a little bit, not too shabby, Justin Herbert.
Yep.
And their offensive line will be bolstered by the return of Rashawn Slater. Oh, yeah, their defense, they got 2 of the best at their positions, right? Derwin James and one Joey Bosa. Maybe not as good as Nick, but he's still really
good. But it's a matter of staying healthy.
Right.
All of those guys that we just mentioned have had injury issues.
Mm-hmm. Now, the big question for them has always been not so much the talent, it's historically
finishing.
Yeah, Chargers going to Charger.
Yeah,
as they like to say, kind of like their version of same old Lions, really. Only their talent level has been higher and higher compared to the Lions.
Well, and they've been in the playoffs.
Yes.
They just, haven't finished. They haven't finished games. They had a 27-point lead, couldn't finish the game.
Yeah.
They've been to AFC championship games, haven't been able to finish seasons.
Correct. No doubt about it. So those are the top 9. At number 10, the Detroit Lions.
Oh, our Detroit Lions.
10. All right. 248-539-9797. The Lions are a top 10 team in the NFL. Is it too low or too high? I think it's a little too high. I'd put them in maybe a 13, something like that.
Okay, so
but I'm trying to figure out who do I have who's better than them.
10 through 13, I think you could toss their names in a hat. When you pull one out, you could make a case for the Lions being 10. You could make a case for the Jags being 10.
They're 11.
Seattle is 12. You could make a case for them. They're very similar to where the Lions are right now. The Jets are at 13, and it's going to be how do they mesh together with a new quarterback, but also the offensive line is horrific.
True.
So
look, if things go the Lions' way, you're right. They could be a top 10 team. I think like Pittsburgh's a better team, even though they have Kenny Pickett.
I think you could argue the Lions at 10. You could argue them as low as 12. I think you could also argue them as high as 9 with the Chargers.
Yeah, I mean, but there are other teams here that could obviously be better than the Lions.
Well, okay,
at like 18, the Cleveland, if everything clicks for them, the Giants. If their offense matches their defense, they're at 16.
Okay,
and dare I say the Vikings?
You could say the Rams at 27 if everything clicks for them and Matthew Stafford returns to health and Cooper Kupp is healthy with Aaron Donald.
You're right.
You could say that about a lot of the teams, that if everything clicks and everything goes right.
You're right. I'll concede that one to you today. Let's go to
thank you.
Dave in Auburn Hills. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. Dave.
Hey, I just you stole my thunder a little bit there, John. I was going to talk about Stafford. Are we sleeping on those guys? Because if they get a running back like Jonathan Taylor there, the best thing for a bad defense is a good offense, right?
Well, yeah, the problem with them, and this is, the problem when I talk about the Jets, is their offensive line. They didn't do much to secure or improve their offensive line.
And they've given no indication that they want to really compete for a title this year.
That's a good point, I guess, yeah. Hey, just wanted to also drop, because Robert Porcher was on this morning. You guys remember when the Lions, back in the day where the Warwick done, they were 8-4 and they went to Tampa in December? It was for first place battle.
Vaguely?
I actually won tickets through the M Live draft contest, and I got to spend the weekend with the team in the hotel. And I didn't meet you, Stoney, but I met Wojo. I'll never forget that one. Right?
Yeah. How many gin and tonics did he have?
I just met him in the hallway.
Oh, okay.
I actually met Pat Summerall and John Madden there. Pat Summerall, he must have been on his way to the bathroom, but he just literally blew me off. It was me and him in the hallway, and I said, "Hi, Pat," and he just kept walking. But anyway, after the game, I sat in the hot tub, just sitting there by myself, nobody in there, and all of a sudden Robert Porcher comes out, and you want to talk about the nicest conversation I ever had, just out of the blue. I'm sitting in the hot tub with Robert Porcher, and wow, that was he was a big man, big wingspan, and John, to have to block him, man, you must be a bigger man.
Thanks, Dave.
That's my story, guys.
Thanks, Dave. Yes.
I
like to think I am a bigger man.
I assume that was before the game, like Saturday before the Sunday game, because they fly out after.
Yeah, as soon as the game's over, yes, they're gone.
Yeah.
Stoney, that's the game. That's the last time I threw something because of the Lions. I vividly remember that.
That
game.
wasn't the Sean King game, was
Yes.
it? Oh.
Sean King, my second-round
Sean
partner.
King
I know.
converted a 3rd and 15+ when the Lions had them on the ropes to win that game and probably end up winning the division.
Right.
And they let Sean King complete that, and I was at my parents'
Was that
house.
the Burt Emanuel, if I'm not mistaken? I don't remember.
No. And so he was on that team, I think, but
Yeah.
that's not. You're thinking of something else. So, anyways, though, they converted it, and I didn't even watch the rest of the game. That's when I got up. I threw my hat across the living room floor at my parents' house, and I walked out without saying a word, and I went home.
You knew.
I, in fact, just talked to Sean last Thursday, I think it was. Yeah,
Hopefully we'll see Sean in Vegas, because Sean
sure we
last year gave us so much crap that the Lions would be over. What was it, 6.5 last year? Remember that? Mm-hmm. And he go, well, they're going to lose to Philly. They're going to lose to Washington. They're going to lose this. No, he was kind of close at the beginning of the season.
He's a golf hater.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Oh, yeah. I told him we'd show up, right outside the studio, knocking on his window.
Oh, good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, him and Tim Murray.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll bet you he doubles down on golf and still says that's going to be the reason why they won't do what they're allegedly going to do.
Probably. Well, you were
Sure.
on.
Yeah. I mean, his big question was the run defense. He
hated golf, man.
Oh, I know, but I'm talking about this year. Because I just did the show with him last week, and his big question was, hey, we got Aiden Hutchinson. He's showing some promise. James Houston. We added all this in the secondary. He says, oh, that's great, but. And then he threw out all of the statistics from last year in the run defense, and he said, this is why I think that they are a 7-win team. I said, 7 wins? What in the hell are you doing? And I went through. I then talked about the fact that, we could have had Jordan Davis, could have had Jalen Carter, and then I walked him back down. Hey, I took him down that road, then I brought him right back with, hey, we got Aleem McNeil, who has played much better against the Giants, and so we'll have a discussion with him when we get to the D in Vegas.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. I can't wait. To sit and watch the line. Are we going to be watching the game from the pool?
I would think so. Us and I tried to reach out to our buddy that was there last time, Vince Papali. I want to make sure he joins us as well. So we could have Sean King, we could have Vince Papali, and we're sitting there at the what's the name of that pool again? The Stadium Swim.
Stadium Swim.
No, we're going to see somebody's going to have an Oher jersey. Stoney, your thoughts on The Blind Side? This is like why you were right.
I know
about movies and it wasn't accurate.
Well,
they didn't adopt them.
True.
Well, the facts
But-
as they knew him at the
yes,
time.
Yes. The conservativeship, though, was something he did whatever. I don't know. I'm not going to get into the whole,
Not
whole
gonna
deal with
walk
the
down
book.
that
No,
road.
no. I'm you kind of
There's a lot of he said, she said going on there.
Yes.
And to me, that seems like it's going to be a very easy paper trail.
yes,
It's just going to take some time.
no doubt about it. But we won't see Vince Papale out there because the Eagles aren't playing. That's the reason he was
The
there,
Eagles-
because the Eagles played Tampa that night.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. But you never know. I mean, maybe he's just an NFL fan. Wants to see the NFL season kick off.
Oh, maybe we'll see Christian Okoye there instead. Did you ever play against him, or he
No, he's much
retired?
older than me.
Much older. I'm trying to remember. Priest Holmes?
No.
What, you ever play against the Chiefs? I assume you played against the Chiefs.
Oh, we played against the Chiefs. Yeah, I played in Arrowhead. That's why I do not want the Lions to be walking out the first time that they play, that they walk the starters out to be in Arrowhead. It's a very tough place to play. It is deafening. And the environment, it's going to be a lot of fun. For Lions fans that are going out there, for the team itself, I loved playing out there, but it is a definite challenge.
All right, our telephone number 248-539-9797. Coming up next, the aforementioned Robert Porcher, 97 won the ticket.
I don't think one Lion gets enough love. I think it's clear that the organization loves this guy. I think there's plenty to support that the organization loves this guy. And I think we gloss over his contributions. And I am ready to stop that and start an appreciation thread on this Carson Anderson message board for Khalif Raymond. This guy, he checks a lot of the boxes in a player that Detroit would love. Small school guy, had to kind of scrap and claw even to get looked at coming out of Holy Cross. I think he had to go like Boston College's pro day to get noticed, bounced around, played for 3 other teams, settles in Detroit, and he's caught, before he got to Detroit in 4 seasons, the guy caught 19 passes in 4 seasons. His first year in Detroit, he catches 48 passes. Second year in Detroit, he catches 47 passes. Last year,
Pat Caputo says that Lions drafting, here's the headline, the Lions drafting Jamison Williams, glaring mistake. Now, I don't know, I don't remember per se whether Pat was in favor of the trade up and selection of Jamison Williams or not.
Right.
But he is correct. If he doesn't pan out, it will be a colossal mistake because he says the Lions would have had 32 and 34 because of the Stafford trade and could have taken, Christian Watson with either pick. And they could have also taken Jalen Petrie, the safety, or, Kenneth Walker III, any of those guys, instead of taking Jamison Williams, not to mention Sign from Georgia, who was taken, or Seen, right?
Seen, yeah.
He was taken by Minnesota and he got hurt. But yes, there were other people out there.
Well, I would also take it to say that even if they made the trade, the selection of Jamison Williams is, by his estimation, a failure because you could have had Jordan Davis. You could have had a number of different players.
Yes.
I'm not willing to go there yet. Am I disappointed? Sure. But
You're going to explain to these people what the hell's going on in Ann Arbor. I can't make sense of it.
You think I have all the answers to this?
It's your cult.
Okay.
It's Emgo Costa.
Here it is.
Excuse me, I have to get a screwdriver and fix them.
You go ahead and do that. For people who may have heard, and for those who have not, Jim Harbaugh and the Michigan Wolverines have, that too, self-imposed suspension, but only 3 games. The deal that fell through was 4 games. Fell through because the NCAA felt like 4 games wasn't enough. So what does Michigan do? They turn around and say only 3. Do they think that's going to be sufficient? Am I missing something with this?
Yeah, you're missing. Why would you self-impose in the first place? History has already shown you self-imposing doesn't really matter. Why would you self-impose when you put a deal before them that you would not agree to? The Committee on Infractions rejected your deal at 4.
Mm-hmm.
But you think 3 is doing something?
So what are we missing?
I don't know.
I know you don't like getting inside the head of the Michigan Brain Trust.
I don't think one Lion gets enough love. I think it's clear that the organization loves this guy. I think there's plenty to support that the organization loves this guy. And I think we gloss over his contributions. And I am ready to stop that and start an appreciation thread on this Carson Anderson message board for Khalif Raymond. This guy, he checks a lot of the boxes in a player that Detroit would love. Small school guy, had to kind of scrap and claw even to get looked at coming out of Holy Cross. I think he had to go like Boston College's pro day to get noticed, bounced around, played for 3 other teams, settles in Detroit, and he's caught, before he got to Detroit in 4 seasons, the guy caught 19 passes in 4 seasons. His first year in Detroit, he catches 48 passes. Second year in Detroit, he catches 47 passes. Last year,
Pat Caputo says that Lions drafting, here's the headline, the Lions drafting Jameson Williams, glaring mistake. Now, I don't know, I don't remember per se whether Pat was in favor of the trade up and selection of Jameson Williams or not.
Right.
But he is correct. If he doesn't pan out, it will be a colossal mistake, because he says the Lions would have had 32 and 34 because of the Stafford trade and could have taken, Christian Watson with either pick. And they could have also taken Jalen Petrie, the safety, or, Kenneth Walker III, any of those guys, instead of taking Jameson Williams, not to mention Sign from Georgia, who was taken, or Seen, right?
Seen, yeah.
He was taken by Minnesota and he got hurt. But yes, there were other people out there.
Well, I would also take it to say that even if they made the trade, the selection of Jamison Williams is, by his estimation, a failure because you could have had Jordan Davis. You could have had a number of different players.
Yes.
I'm not willing to go there yet. Am I disappointed? Sure. But
You're going to explain to these people what the hell's going on in Ann Arbor. I can't make sense of it.
You think I have like all the answers to this?
It's your cult.
Okay.
It's Emgo Costa.
Here it is.
Excuse me, I have to get a screwdriver and fix them.
You go ahead and do that. For people who may have heard, and for those who have not, Jim Harbaugh and the Michigan Wolverines have, that too, self-imposed suspension, but only 3 games. The deal that fell through was 4 games. Fell through because the NCAA felt like 4 games wasn't enough. So what does Michigan do? They turn around and say only 3. Do they think that's going to be sufficient? Am I missing something with this?
Yeah, you're missing. Why would you self-impose in the first place? History has already shown you self-imposing doesn't really matter. Why would you self-impose when you put a deal before them that you would not agree to? The Committee on Infractions rejected your deal at 4.
Mm-hmm.
But you think 3 is doing something?
So what are we missing?
I don't know.
I know you don't like getting inside the head of the Michigan Brain Trust.
248-539-9797. We're going to get you ready for Carson Anderson in just a few moments, but there's always something going on with veterans and rookies in the NFL.
Yeah, and sometimes rookies even get some respect.
We got to earn it.
Yeah, I mean, look, you and I and others made no secret about it that we wanted the Detroit Lions to take Jalen Carter.
Yes. Wanted it bad.
Yes, we did. But I guess, as Chris Spielman said, without mentioning him by name, he might have been poison for this for the locker room. I don't know.
Possibly.
Yes. We don't know whether it's on field, off the field, because I've been told by other people, not just the Lions, that on the field he took a lot of plays off. However, he was dominant in college. He's now with the Philadelphia Eagles, who took him with the 9th pick in the draft, if I'm not mistaken. And he's been really, really good in training camp and in the preseason games that he's played. He hasn't played a lot of plays, but he's played enough.
The first one, he played 2 plays.
Yes.
And the very first play, he absolutely destroyed the center.
Darius Slay, former Lion.
Yeah, remember him.
NFL veteran. He's been around a lot of players. He was asked about Jalen Carter, and I just want you to hear what Big Play Slay has to say. Boy, the Lions could have used one of those.
Well, yeah, this is his teammate talking, and I'm not going to necessarily disagree with him, but
No, you wanted him too.
yeah, let's wait and see how it all plays out.
See,
'Cause
John,
we have Jahmyr Gibbs and and Jack Campbell. I am hopeful that Jahmyr Gibbs will be a game changer offensively for this offense, and that Jack Campbell is a guy that we could plug into this defense day one, and he's going to be there for the next decade.
you were the guy that you didn't necessarily change my mind. I was on the fence.
Oh, yeah.
I really was. And when you said you would take him, you changed my mind because I look at you as a man of integrity and yada yada yada, all that stuff. But you,
I wanted
you
him
take
bad.
you take the talent, and sometimes you take the talent. This is my fear. All right, this isn't about the Lions being good,
Right.
winning a division, and competing in the NFC and having a nice little run here. My concern to winning a Super Bowl and the SOL in me that I can't shake is that 3 years from now, somebody's going to call this station and say, see, we would have won it, or this is what we should have done instead of trading down and taking a running back. And I can't get it out of my system yet. But I honestly believe that that's going to be on the table, and we're going to get those calls.
It could be,
Yes.
but our defense is, or a defense, I'm not going to necessarily say my defense because I wanted Jalen Carter, is going to be what does Jahmyr Gibbs do? How does he influence this offense? The impact, does he stay healthy? How many games does he play versus how many games does Jalen Carter play? And the big moments we're all going to look at. And I think there'll be easier ones to point to for Jahmyr Gibbs, but we'll be able to look at what Jalen Carter does.
Yeah.
But it's also going to be what does Jack Campbell do? What does
Well, they could-
Sam Laporta do? Because
Well-
it's all a part of the mix.
Although
All
they
right.
could have taken Carter and Campbell.
Yes, they could have.
And it can all be good, and then -1 happens on the road in a playoff game.
Yeah.
That's the SOL in me.
Right. Oh, it can't be shaken. For the
Because
most
Green
part.
Bay had a defensive line.
It's I'll give you 3 more letters. It's TBD.
Yes.
This is what's going to determine if the past is left.
Right. Well, that's John's credo
he
right
can,
now.
Yeah, but he can be a good player. Jalen Carter. He could be a good player.
No, I'm
It
saying is
depends on what type of players we got.
right, but we got good players back then when -1 happened in Green Bay. But they had what wins? a defensive lineman.
Well, let's see what happens.
This is what but
This
all I'm
is-
saying
you know-
is this is we will know if SOL is dead if this happens.
You know what's going to be on his on his tombstone?
What's that?
Let it play out. You say that about everything, and that's okay.
I play the long game.
That's why I love you.
I'm a very patient man.
Doug Karsh is in. Karsh and Anderson coming up next. You ready to win $2,000 of Monopoly
oh, gosh,
money?
Yeah, Gator's not in.
Yeah, Gator's not in. I think if you don't get at least 8, there's a problem.
Oh boy.
This is. Would you agree, Gov? This is up Karsh's wheelhouse. This one.
Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much.
I'm not sure about number 10.
Yeah, but I think he knows enough where he can make an educated guess. All right, here we go.
We'll find out.
Clock will begin right now. Michigan State opens its football season against this MAC school.
Central Michigan.
What is the nickname of Tulane?
Green Wave.
Who was drafted number 1 overall in the NFL draft this past April?
Bryce Young.
Who was the vice president during the presidency of Donald Trump?
Mike Pence.
Who is the football head coach at Ohio State?
Ryan Day.
This team currently has the worst record in Major League Baseball.
The Oakland A's.
Who did the Lions play Friday night?
Carolina.
What was the name of the tropical storm that battered California the past few days?
Hillary.
What is 75 divided by 5?
15.
Who played Frank Lucas in the movie American Gangster?
Denzel Washington.
Yes!
I've never even heard of the movie.
Yes, and it counts.
Is it really Denzel
Yes,
Washington?
time to spare.
Which is my go-to guess
I
for
know.
every movie question.
That's
It was
part-
either that or Margot Robbie. Those are my go-to guesses.
Yes, Margot Robbie was not.
Actor
would
is
have
the
been-
one that gave it
Wait a
away.
second. How many did
Instead
I
of
get?
actress.
Yeah.
You got 10. You got them all.
Take that, Gator.
That's why I went crazy. We wouldn't have gone crazy if you got 8 or 9.
I can't believe it.
I said it
Wow.
was. It was up your wheelhouse. I mean,
Yes.
was
It
pretty
was up
easy.
your wheelhouse.
Up my wheelhouse. It's in one's wheelhouse.
well,
Wow. Okay.
Rub the sack.
That's really funny.
I know. That's why God put me on this earth to make you guys laugh.
I appreciate it, Mike. Thank you.
I know you do.
Yep.
What do you got going today?
Dan Wetzel, Yahoo Sports to Talk Harbaugh at 10:15.
All right. Karsh and Anderson coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
I don't think one Lion gets enough love. I think it's clear that the organization loves this guy. I think there's plenty to support that the organization loves this guy. And I think we gloss over his contributions. And I am ready to stop that and start an appreciation thread on this Carson Anderson message board for Khalif Raymond. This guy, he checks a lot of the boxes in a player that Detroit would love. Small school guy, had to kind of scrap and claw even to get looked at coming out of Holy Cross. I think he had to go like Boston College's pro day to get noticed, bounced around, played for 3 other teams, settles in Detroit, and he's caught, before he got to Detroit in 4 seasons, the guy caught 19 passes in 4 seasons. His first year in Detroit, he catches 48 passes. Second year in Detroit, he catches 47 passes. Last year, Wow. I'm surprised.
Congratulations, Doug.
Thank you. That's a first.
That's awesome.
That's first.
People that didn't get to watch that because they only heard it through the radios if they weren't on
Twitch
the
or
YouTube
YouTube,
stream,
yeah.
or Twitch.
Yeah.
I saw it live, and you were shocked,
Absolutely shocked.
stunned that. I mean, you actually were. I think you gave up. You pushed away from the mic and were like, Denzel Washington, like whatever, right?
It's been my go-to guess with almost every movie question. You know, who played Spider-Man? Denzel Washington.
Yeah.
Who played John Kennedy in the movie JFK? Denzel Washington. I mean, I just throw that out there because I don't watch a lot of movies and I don't know a lot of actors and actresses.
Who played
It's not my
Barbie?
thing. Yeah,
Denzel
Washington. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, hey man, take the dub. All right. So yesterday, near the end of the show, the Jim Harbaugh news broke. And we're going to talk about it with Dan Wetzel, Yahoo Sports, coming up in about 10 minutes. He's been at the forefront of the reporting on this thing. 3-game suspension imposed by the University of Michigan, accused of level 2 violations that Michigan seems to have accepted that those took place. There seems to be issue of a level 1 accusation, which was that Harbaugh misled the NCAA. You know, as stories break and you get a chance to sort of digest, talk to some people and get a sense for what's going on. I'll start with this. When it comes to my belief on this, I believe absolutely in accountability if a violation happened. You break the rules, you serve the punishment. 3 games, so be it. 4 games, so be it. 6-game punishment, 8 games, whatever it is. As long as it's consistent with previous NCAA rulings and not overly punitive. So if Jim Harbaugh did it, then accept the punishment and move on. I don't believe in blaming others. Oh, it's the media's fault. It's this, it's that. I mean, if you did it, fine. Then you accept the punishment. But I also believe in due process, okay? And I think back, it's kind of been a consistent policy on this show. I remember when Mark D'Antonio was accused of wrongful termination, when a former staffer accused him of ignoring warnings and recruiting player or players that had some shady pasts. At that time, we said, let's allow for due process. And you know what happened when due process took place? Because Michigan State hired the Jones Day law firm, and they found D'Antonio and his staff guilty of no wrongdoing, right? So you allow for the due process in these serious cases to take place. And that's why I'm going to allow Harbaugh and Michigan a chance for that due process. And I know a lot of the people involved in this case. So I'm absolutely going to give them the benefit of the doubt and allow them their due process and have them their day, let them have their day and their defense. And Jim Harbaugh seems adamant that he did not mislead investigators and says at this time he cannot address it. And I look forward to the day that he can address it to hear what he has to say and why he is so adamant. As for the 3-game punishment, okay, I was trying to figure out, and yesterday, Kang, we talked about why 3 games. Why did they give him 3 games? Why did Michigan self-impose 3 games? And part of this is absolutely the game that you play, the dance that you do at the NCAA. The NCAA looks favorably upon those that self-impose punishments. Now, they might not look favorably on this because the Committee on Infractions wanted more than 3 games. But the more I thought about this, the more I thought the 3 games is likely accepting of the level 2 violations, which Michigan seems to have accepted took place. These are relatively minor violations, but they are going to suspend their coach for 3 games in acknowledgement. And this, again, is my speculation, but it's acknowledgement that the level 2 violations took place, and they will accept that, and they will say, okay, this is our punishment. When they were negotiating with the NCAA over a level 1 violation, they seemed to have settled with the NCAA on 4 games, the NCAA investigative staff, and they settled on 4, but it was the Committee on Infractions that didn't accept that. So I'm thinking Michigan is accepting what they acknowledge took place, and they're willing, appears to be, they're willing to fight the level 1 accusation. And here's the thing that doesn't make sense to me, and the one thing, and we'll get into it with Wetzel a little bit, is if you are Jim Harbaugh / Michigan, and I don't want to call them the same entity, but if Jim Harbaugh is adamant he didn't break the rules when he was accused of a level 2 violation, a level 2 violation leads to a slap on the wrist. Why would you not accept that? Why would you say that that's not true? Why wouldn't you just accept the slap on the wrist and move on? Unless you sincerely and thoroughly believe that you did not lie or mislead investigators and can back it up. Because it's such a relatively small punishment, the incentive to lie isn't really there. At least that's the way I would look at it, and that's the way I would advise somebody who was asking me how to deal with that situation. So this is going to take a while to play out, is my guess, and it'll happen in a hearing next year. And I'm intrigued because there's a lot of stuff here that is borderline unprecedented, and that's one of the reasons why we want to get Dan Wetzel on, because he's been reporting this and following all of the various ramifications of the NCAA and Michigan's movements and the history of how they operate in these situations. I think he's been at the forefront of the reporting, so we wanted to get Dan on and talk to him about it, and we will do so shortly. 248-539-9797 is always the phone number. Champ and Chump, as voted on by the people, posted on our website from yesterday's program. You can go check it out at 971theticket.com. A little bit later on, we got some Lions stuff to get to, but let's talk with Dan Wetzel of Yahoo Sports. We'll do that today at 10:15 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Pat Caputo says that Lions drafting, here's the headline, the Lions drafting Jamison Williams, glaring mistake. Now, I don't know, I don't remember per se whether Pat was in favor of the trade up and selection of Jamison Williams or not.
Right.
But he is correct. If he doesn't pan out, it will be a colossal mistake, because he says the Lions would have had 32 and 34 because of the Stafford trade, and could have taken, Christian Watson with either pick, and they could have also taken Jalen Petrie, the safety, or Kenneth Walker III, any of those guys, instead of taking Jamison Williams. Not to mention Sign from Georgia, who was taken, or Seen, right?
Seen, yeah.
He was taken by Minnesota, and he got hurt. But yes, there were other people out there.
Well, I would also take it to say that even if they made the trade, the selection of Jamison Williams is, by his estimation, a failure, because you could have had Jordan Davis. You could have had a number of different players.
Yes.
I'm not willing to go there yet. Am I disappointed? Sure. But I
You're going to explain to these people what the hell's going on in Ann Arbor. I can't make sense of it.
You think I have all the answers to this?
It's your cult.
Okay.
It's Emgo Costa.
Here it is.
Excuse me, I have to get a screwdriver and fix them.
You go ahead and do that. For people who may have heard, and for those who have not, Jim Harbaugh and the Michigan Wolverines have, that too, self-imposed suspension, but only 3 games. The deal that fell through was 4 games. Fell through because the NCAA felt like 4 games wasn't enough. So what does Michigan do? They turn around and say only 3. Do they think that's going to be sufficient? Am I missing something with this?
Yeah, you're missing. Why would you self-impose in the first place? History has already shown you self-imposing doesn't really matter. Why would you self-impose when you put a deal before them that you would not agree to? The Committee on Infractions rejected your deal at 4.
Mm-hmm.
But you think 3?
Doug Karsch, Gator out today. Open lines. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up in a few minutes here on the Karsch and Anderson program. But with the news breaking late in our show yesterday, with the Jim Harbaugh case, which is filled with twists and turns, and one of the guys who's been at the forefront of it is Dan Wetzel of Yahoo Sports. And I've been reading your stuff, Dan. And first of all, thanks for joining us. And I've been reading your stuff and listening to your podcast, and I get the sense that we're going into some uncharted territory with this case, is what it feels like on both Michigan's front and the NCAA's front.
Yeah, it's certainly been an eventful case, considering how small of scope it is. There's only like 4 alleged violations, and this isn't one of these big winding, huge cases that they spent 2 years working on. It all just came together, but you get whiplash following it, right? He's not going to be suspended, then he's going to be suspended for 4 games, and he's not going to be suspended at all. Now he's going to get 3 games. I think we're done for a while, at least until the end of the year, when it all comes back and everyone wonders whether Harbaugh stays or goes to the NFL or fights or what happens next. So it's been a wild one.
What is the thing that's caught your attention most that you're like, well, that's different, or that's not what I expected?
Well, the NCAA process where, Michigan and Jim Harbaugh agree to a plea deal, if you will, if we're going to use criminal terms or criminal court, with the NCAA as kind of the prosecutors, or the part of the NCAA that's the prosecutors, the enforcement staff, and you say, look, we admit this, give us 4 games, we're all going to move on. And then you go to this panel, another panel inside the NCAA, and they reject it. So, if you rob a bank and the prosecutor says, hey, we can nail you for 10 years, you plead guilty, we don't do a trial, how about 6? And you say, okay, let's do it. There's a high probability that the judge is going to be like, fine, go ahead. The fact that they said no, which is basically we want more games out of Harbaugh. They're not saying no because Jim Harbaugh pled to too many games. It's part of the process, but it's rare. And it's especially rare for something like this, a third of a season for a coach of his stature, which probably shouldn't matter, but usually does. A team that's number 2 in the country, which probably shouldn't matter, but generally does. Is pretty amazing. So that was it. When the NCAA, part of the NCAA rejected the other part, it's like they were at war with themselves. And then Michigan and Harbaugh are sitting there going, man, we tried to resolve this. You guys won't do it. Now Michigan's just basically saying, look, let's take 3 and deal with you guys at the end of the season.
Typically when a school self-imposes, I find that is their way of saying, hey, we acknowledge it. We are going to independently do something. Will you please accept this? And you're trying to lessen the punishment. But considering that they rejected more than that, it strikes me that that's not the case here. I feel like what they're likely doing is accepting the level 2 violations and saying, we're going to suspend him for that, but we're going to fight you on the level 1 accusations.
The level 2 violations would not cause a 3-game suspension. The level 2 violations would be more minor sanctions, more education, stuff like that. So they're punishing hard on that as an institution. And later on, let's say Harbaugh leaves, they might be able to say, hey, look, that was Jim's thing, not ours. Not everybody's wholly aligned on this. So, what you often try to do is assess a penalty that won't be a big factor. And you can certainly argue sitting for East Carolina, UNLV, and Bowling Green is not a big factor. Like one year, I think LSU was like 5-7, and they banned themselves from a bowl bid. They took a postseason ban and said, "Hey, look, we won't go." They were 5-5, I think, at that point, and they go, "We won't go to a bowl this year. That's going to be our punishment." Well, you weren't going to a bowl anyway, or if you were, it was not something that an LSU type program would want to go to. December 22nd in Shreveport. So they tried to do that so that, hey, next year you don't give us a postseason ban, and we got a team that could make the playoff, right? So you try to give them something, but you don't give them too much. The thing I don't understand, the thing with the NCAA is sometimes cooperating, currying favor, appeasement works, and sometimes it doesn't. And so as an institution for Michigan, they have to worry about how long is Jim Harbaugh suspended? Does this impact Jim Harbaugh's interest in staying in college football, which is really the biggest thing here? The long play is, can we keep this guy because he's a great coach? But they also have to look at what other sanctions will go down because of these violations. Now, you could sit there and say, hey, they have all sorts of things. You'll get less recruits you can bring in on official visits, or there's less days on the road. Your coaches can be out scouting, or right, different kind of structural penalties that come in. In my opinion, the way recruiting is now, particularly at a place like Michigan, I don't think those penalties matter at all. As long as you're not banning someone from a postseason, which I don't believe they would at all. I don't think they'll do that anymore. I don't think that stuff matters. Michigan recruits heavy out of the transfer portal, where they're getting kids that have already played 3 years. When you're 22 years old, you don't care about your campus visit. You no longer care whether you got a cool photo shoot on a recruiting visit, or what the colors are, or whatever. Or how close you are to mom and dad. You're like, can you get me to the NFL, or can I win? And Michigan can do both of those. And then it's NIL money. How much money you got? Can you beat somebody else? So I actually think the way the NCAA punishes programs, which is probably what Michigan is trying to mitigate against, I think those things are obsolete because the way recruiting has changed. I'm not sure those are real penalties anymore.
The NCAA actually released a public statement too, and I know you wrote about this, which was highly unusual. What for people who didn't read your column, which some might not have? Give your opinion on that.
Yeah, generally no one's supposed to talk, which is why you read these stories and everybody issues the same statement. It's an ongoing situation. We can't comment. So the NCAA they're allowed to clarify a few things, but they came right out, and obviously there was the not a cheeseburger line. They said, look, this is what this case is about. I can't remember the exact two things, but off-campus recruiting during a dead period, and how many coaches you have on practice and stuff like that. And those are real rules and real violations. And I know people hate the NCAA, but those two rules exist in the NFL too. Like if you can't talk to a free agent until March 1st, and all of a sudden you find out Bill Belichick's having dinner with a lunch and just bought a hamburger for the top free agent a week before, he's going to get punished by the NFL. If you find out that the Patriots, and I know I'm just using the Patriots randomly, I don't know why I'm violations, but the Patriots have 40 coaches and you're only allowed 25, or they're working guys out twice a day and the union rules say you can only do, they're going to get punished. This isn't about amateurism. What Harbaugh was violating are real rules, and someone's got to have a calendar for how a sport works, right? So he was doing all that. So they point that out, but then they mentioned that it's not just a cheeseburger, and that's really that's a fan argument. That angle got kind of obviously leaked probably from somebody at Michigan that, hey, this is what happened. All he did was, there was this, they bought a hamburger for a recruit, down the brown jug, and, it's nothing and all that. But Jim Harbaugh has never come out and said, hey, it's just a hamburger, I shouldn't be punished. Ward Manuel's never come out and said that. No lawyer involved with Michigan, no compliance office, nobody has said that. The message boards have said it. I'm sure you've had it on your air, have said it. Lots of people, fans have said it. And so for the NCAA, which is normally very buttoned down, to start clapping back and arguing with fans is totally absurd. I mean, who cares what the fans think? Of course the fans think their school didn't do anything. I don't care what school it is. They think they didn't do anything. That's why they're fans. So that was completely unprofessional in the NCAA. Again, this is a really wild case for something that it's not even 9. I think the case began in like November. Like, I think they first confronted Harbaugh like November or December or something. I don't know. It was like late in the year. And I mean, this is a really quick case for this much drama to go down.
Dan, final thing. How do you think this plays itself out? Or is there any telling?
There's no telling. And obviously the risk is either does the NCAA back down now after this? Do they really want to take this to a full committee on infractions case and draw out this process to try to squeeze 1 to 2 to 3 more games out of Jim Harbaugh? Or is it like, all right, good enough at this point? Do they now settle down and just say, forget it? Because this is, I mean, what punishment are you going to give? Obviously, next season, if Harbaugh is still there, which I think he still wants to be, but if he's still there, the second game of the year is Texas. Texas visits Michigan. That's the one that matters. So are you going to go through this whole process just so you can make him miss the Texas game, or not? Do you back down from this recommendation of we shouldn't accept the 4-game penalty? I still don't know why they just didn't accept the 4-game penalty. It just, this case didn't need to be prolonged. Why are you fighting? And I get it. It's not supposed to be like this. It's supposed to be kind of an equal justice thing, but Jim Harbaugh is one of the 3 or 4 most famous college football coaches. This is a big program. These punishments, we're having an entire battle over whether he should coach the Rutgers game or not. Like, it's just a lot for what's very little in terms of real violations. This isn't academic fraud. This isn't performance-enhancing drugs. This isn't hazing. This isn't at the time when you couldn't drop a Lamborghini off at the kid's house, you dropped Lamborghinis off at the kid's house. It's just, I don't really know why this is such a big drama. But I will say Jim Harbaugh does find his way into big soap operas. He's great at it. And he tends to coach really well in chaos. If he doesn't have chaos, he finds a way to create it. So here it is.
Dan, appreciate your time. We've been following along and love the College Football Inquirer podcast. You guys do a great job. Yep. Take care. We'll see you around.
See you soon.
Danny Wetzel, by the way, was supposed to play golf with Gator. This was one of my favorite stories. The day the Pac-12 dissolved, Gator and Dan were supposed to play golf. Dan canceled the golf so he could go report on the Pac-12 dissolving. And one of the things he found out was that I think it was the Oregon AD or president joined a conference call to talk about the Pac-12 and the future of the Pac-12. The AD joined from the golf course. So Dan Wetzel canceled golf with Gator to report on the Pac-12's future. But the Oregon AD or president, whoever it was, he kept his golf tee time and did it via Zoom from the golf course. It was unbelievable. All right, let's talk about what this means for Michigan on the field. We will get to that next. 10:32. Carson Anderson, 97.1. I don't think one Lion gets enough love. I think it's clear that the organization loves
All right,
this
Gators
guy.
out today. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The
I think
Ticket.
there's
A few notes.
plenty to
Champ and Chump
support
posted
that
on
the
our website,
organization loves this
971theticket.com. Go see who the people
And I
selected
think we
as
gloss
Champ and
over
Chump
his
of the weekend. You can stream the show with Twitch. Go to twitch.tv. That includes video, so you can check out the refurbished studios, which my guess is nobody really particularly cares about, although you can see the new digs if you so care. Myself and Kang In with Gator out today. You can also stream it on YouTube. Go to YouTube and search up 971 The Ticket there. And streaming with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. More and more people are doing that. It's the wave of the future. Get the Odyssey app. It's free, and you can listen to the show or the station anywhere in the United States. Plus, you can stream to our website, 971theticket.com.
Doug, do you think one of the reasons why this self-imposed suspension, Michigan's doing this now, is just, hey, we don't want this lingering over this season, which is going to be an important big season and projected by most, right? Where Michigan's going to be right in the thick of it, if not winning the whole thing, to get this out of the way instead of just having nothing resolved. Not that this is resolving it, but hey, there's something, and that's it. And we're moving forward now. It's just you wait for the trial, right, or the hearing.
A little bit. I mean, look, Jim Harbaugh, what Dan said at the end there about chaos, that he seems to do the best in chaos. I think back to the Harbaugh era, and first of all, college football has evolved. But at the beginning, there was concerns because Jim Harbaugh couldn't develop a quarterback. Remember, why does he have to keep going to the portal? Can't develop a quarterback. And that was one of the big criticisms. Then there was all the satellite camps. You know, with the satellite camps, everybody at college football hates Jim Harbaugh for this. And then there was the heavy social media presence. Then there were the trips abroad. And then there was, last year, even right up to last year, right? You can't start one quarterback one week and one quarterback the next. And now this year you have this. And it seems pretty obvious. This is the strongest Michigan football has been on the field under Jim Harbaugh. They've had, back-to-back Big Ten champions, back-to-back playoff appearances, back-to-back wins over Ohio State, and they go into this season with similar expectations. So, look, Jim Harbaugh would probably be mad at Jim Harbaugh for the distraction, but I guess the question is, some of the players spoke yesterday in a previously scheduled meeting with the press, and Harbaugh, I suspect, will speak Monday as the next time he'll talk. And does this serve as any kind of distraction? Because obviously not having Jim Harbaugh on the sidelines for games 1, 2, and 3 really probably plays no role in who wins or loses weeks 1, 2, or 3. Like, I don't want to sit here and be hugely dismissive, but we all know, right? It probably doesn't matter. But can this thing in any way derail a Michigan team that is looking to win its third straight Big Ten championship, go to its third straight playoff, and make a run for a national championship? And so this could be hey, we don't want to ever have to look back and say we wish we would have sat them because they might have to forfeit a game or two, or they don't want, or what is it, vacate wins? Is that trying to avoid that? Is it trying, they have to protect against that if you're Michigan. And you also, still would, because like I said to Danny, I think this is accepting the level 2 violations and saying we're punishing our coach for level 2 violations. Because even if they are minor, and they are minor, and it would have been a slap on the wrist, it's still embarrassing for the athletic department. Like, they're not excited to have to do this. So I think that's what the 3 games were about. Again, this is just me speculating, and they're willing to fight on the level 1 accusation.
Yeah, like I said, and you just said, there's big aspirations for this season. So I'm just wondering, hey, do you limit some of that distraction? And also you're talking about future possible ramifications if they didn't do anything, just to, hey, I want this season to be about this season.
Mm-hmm.
Take care of what we can take care of. And then, like I said, move forward down the line next year when they have to.
Yeah, and look, the question of, will Jim Harbaugh leave Michigan seems to just going to always be there.
that's something that I've told Michigan fans from the beginning, hey, you're going to have to deal with it. You know, that's the type of coach, not only if things are going well, that's how you want it, because if things are going well, there are always going to be rumors for the NFL. And secondly, he's a big name, big time coach. I don't care how you feel about Jim Harbaugh. Everyone knows Jim Harbaugh that follows professional football or college football. And that's part of having him as your head coach. But like I said, if things are going well, then you kind of have to, want and deal with the fact that he's going to be wanted elsewhere.
Well, look, it's going to be a long time, is my guess. Dan sort of confirmed that by saying he thinks that this is probably all tabled until into the offseason, and we'll see what plays itself out. One of the things that just would make little to no sense to me is the accusation is about misleading or lying, but the original allegations, were so relatively minor that it wouldn't make sense. And I know some people say, well, never admit to something that you didn't do. But isn't that kind of what plea bargains in the court of law are about? Is, all right, I'm going to admit this because it's in my best interest, really, just to move on. And at this point, we've gotten down this road, and I think that's why I'm all about the due process and letting Harbaugh defend himself, because the upside of lying about it is so relatively little to the downside of lying about it that he is adamant he didn't break the rules. He said we have nothing to be ashamed of, and so he will have his day, and we'll see what comes of that. And like I said, dude, we've seen the cases play out before where nothing comes of it, and the person is either found not guilty of any wrongdoing or exonerated, or however you want to put it. And we cited a case at the beginning of the show where that's exactly what happened. So we'll see. We shall see. In the meantime, they hit the field a week from Saturday. Spartans hit the field a week from Friday. College football starts on Saturday with week 0, which I still think the NCAA, I think the schedulers or whoever is responsible for it, it's going to be the networks. The networks, I wouldn't be surprised if they start upgrading week 0 in the future.
Well, yeah, because if college football is becoming more and more like professional football, and professional football makes a very big deal out of week 1.
Mm-hmm.
I think college football needs to soon make a very big deal out of week 1 because of all the TV money, and the TV networks want to make a big deal out of week 1.
The TV networks.
Not week 0 anymore.
Like Pat, it's funny because I was listening to Wetzel's podcast with Pat Forty, and Pat Forty said, here's the thing about the Harbaugh suspension, is that eventually Fox is going to call up the NCAA and say, hey, we want Harbaugh on the sideline for that Texas game. and he said it tongue-in-cheek, but it's almost not tongue-in-cheek anymore because it feels like the networks are running college football. I think one of the things that makes the most sense in the world is to expand bye weeks and turn week 0 into a bigger deal. I mean, the marquee game this week, it's kind of funny how week 0 is turned into this teaser that's filled with UMass and New Mexico State. Like, those are the schools. Most of the games are games like that. Navy plays Notre Dame. That's the marquee game in week 0. You watch networks in the next few years. Week 0 is going to become a big deal.
There's usually one game, right? This year it's Navy Notre Dame.
The one game is never a great. It's very rarely a great game. It's like the best you can typically come up. Last year, it was Illinois Wyoming was a Big Ten game. This year, there's no Big Ten games, but Navy Notre Dame and San Jose State USC. And then the rest are UTEP, Jacksonville State, UMass, New Mexico State, Ohio, San Diego State, and Florida International, Louisiana Tech. You watch, the networks are going to make week 0 a big deal.
Oh, definitely.
248-539-9797. You want to continue down this path. In the meantime, wondered if things change. If you didn't see what we tweeted out this morning, check out our Twitter profile. What is changing when it comes to perceptions of this Detroit team? We'll get to that today at 10:48. Open lines, Carson Anderson, Gator Out today, 97.1. I don't think one Lion gets enough love. I think it's clear that the organization loves this guy. I think there's plenty to support that the organization loves this guy. And I think we gloss over his contributions. And I am ready to stop that and start an appreciation thread on this Carson Anderson message board for Khalif Raymond. This guy, he checks a lot of the boxes in a player that Detroit would love. Small school guy, had to kind of scrap and claw even to get looked at coming
Doug
out of
Karsh,
Holy Cross.
Gator out today, 248-539-9797. There's lots to talk about if you want to continue talking about the Jim Harbaugh
Bounced
sanctions
around,
imposed by Michigan. 248-539-9797.
Something I want to get to in a minute about perhaps a changing perception. And we got some Tiger stuff to get to. It's funny because I want them to win the games. Certainly I want them to win the games. And if they keep winning games, you wonder, what does it mean for next year? What does it mean for an offseason? I think finishing close matters. But what's really going on is whether or not the core is being established for the next Tiger team that's going to compete. But we'll get to that a little bit later on. All right, so this morning, amongst preparing the show and knowing we're going to get Wetzel on, et cetera, I had the TV on, and I'm watching Get Up. And sitting in the studio was Mike Greenberg, the host of Get Up, along with Sal Paolantonio, Dan Graziano, and Marcus Spears. And I'm banging away on the computer and all that, and I see which team will win the NFC North. And they're having the conversation, and I'm like, oh, this is probably not going to be anything that we will discuss. But Graziano picks the Minnesota Vikings. I'm like, okay, all right. And Sal Paolantonio then comes on and picks the Chicago Bears. Then Marcus Spears comes on and picks the Detroit Lions. And then Mike Greenberg goes on and picks the Detroit Lions. But then Sal Pal keeps talking, and Greenberg changes his mind and goes with the Bears. So we tweeted out a picture of the studio, Graziano, Greenberg, Paolantonio, and Spears with their picks. Vikings, Bears, Lions, Bears. Okay, so I'm thinking this has zero impact on what happens in the real world, right? Doesn't really matter who these guys pick. The teams, what's determining who wins the NFC North are the guys down at Allen Park, in Chicago, Minnesota, and Green Bay. So I never get that worked up about, lists or predictions or anything like that because it just doesn't have any impact on reality. And when you make enough predictions and get some right and some wrong and you realize it hasn't changed the way the world spins, whether you're right or wrong, you probably lose. It kind of loses its importance to someone in my position. So I really don't care who's picked to win the division. But it does make me wonder why the perceptions are changing. Why the perceptions are changing. Because, it wasn't unanimously the Lions. It wasn't. But it kind of was the pick. That was the pick. It was like 4 out of 5. 7 out of 8. 9 out of 10. I don't know what it was, but for a good chunk of this offseason, when it came to the NFC North, it was the Lions were the pick. And now, 2 weeks and 2 days from the opener, Lions got one guy on that desk picking him to win the division, 2 picking the Bears and 1 picking the Vikings. I'm fully cognizant of a few things here. And we run into this every once in a while. You get to the point where you've talked and talked and talked and talked and said the same thing over and over. Maybe you convince yourself to say something different. We try to fight the urge to do that because everything that you could possibly say about a topic has been said and you're just repeating yourself. Well, What can I say that's different? This would qualify. All right. Or are people reacting to the preseason? Is that what's going on here? Is it about that people can't escape what their eyes are showing them in the preseason? Is that possibly it? Because, the Bears first play, DJ Moore takes it to the house. And his first catch is a Bear. It's a swing pass from Justin Fields, and he takes it to the house. And it makes me wonder, is this an overreaction in preseason stuff? And oh, by the way, the Lions just played a dreadful offensive preseason game. It was dreadful. But given what they were attempting to do, it's not a surprise. Given who they didn't play, 14 offensive regulars, it's not a surprise. So what's going on? Are perceptions changing? Were we too confident? Was everybody too confident?
I think we've come full circle, Doug. Where the Lions are no longer the cool, sexy, hot take pick now, and they've got all right, this is too much Lions love. Everyone's picking the Lions. Orlovsky, here's a sneaky Super Bowl team. Everyone else, hey, watch out for the Lions to win the North. The Lions, they're going to make some noise in the playoffs. I think it's come full circle. We're like, all right, we got to get off the Lions. We got to pick somebody else. And I think that's what's happened in these talking circles now with these talking heads. And just, it's a division. I still think the division is there for the taking. Now, is it as easily taken like I would assume? Maybe not. You could always find, that's the thing about the NFL I bring up all the time. You can find a path for almost every team to get into the playoffs. That's why the NFL is king. Every fan base feels like a little tweak here. If this guy plays well here and so forth, and this addition there, we've got a shot. I can make a pass for the Bears. I can make a pass for the Vikings. I can make a pass for the Packers. But in the end, the Lions are the most talented from top to bottom team. They ended the season proving that by finishing 8-2 to finish off last season. And with the additions to the secondary, you think the defense got better, the draft. There's no reason why the Lions shouldn't win this division. Now, too many people, like I said, have picked the Lions now. I think at this point, Doug, I think that's where it's coming from. I think the reason the Bears, would you say the Bears were picked twice?
Yeah, 2 people picked the Bears.
I like the Bears as a crazy long shot. You know that already. But they were the worst team in the league last year.
Yeah, they went 3-14. Sal Paolantonio picked the Bears originally. Greenberg picked the Lions, and then Paolantonio changed his mind. He said, I want to switch my pick. I'm going with the Bears to win the NFC North, which is, seriously, my deal is, in one of the great things about having this forum as opposed to print, is the print predictions have to be in so far ahead of time. Now, internet can change a lot, but like any old school magazine But in our forum, in a broadcast forum, you can change your mind in the moment, and Greeny did. I think there's a little bit of truth in what you're saying. The Lions have already exhausted the timeline of being the it team.
Already? The season hasn't even started yet.
Right?
We're not even into the final preseason game.
Right? I think that's what's happened. I think they've exhausted the timeline. Now, a little bit here, we do have to look in the mirror and remember a few things. The over-under in Vegas, the over-under is 9.5. The Lions won 9 games a year ago. We assume, and it feels like a pretty safe assumption, that a baseline expectation is to be as good as last year's team without the awful start. But have you asked yourself, why is the over-under only a half game more than what the Lions won last year? Isn't that kind of catch your eye a little bit?
A little bit. There's some, valid point. That's a valid point there, but I think a lot of it has to do with schedule. Look at how they're starting off again. They can't get off to a 1-6 start, okay? But they're playing Kansas City and Seattle to start the year. 2 playoff teams. One's the Super Bowl champions from last year. So it's not outrageous to think they start 0-2.
It's not outrageous.
And so that's where win totals, I guess, that affects, of course, obviously the win total. But even with an 0-2 start, you still expect this team to take control of this division.
The Lions 9.5, and they are the division favorite. They have the highest win total in Vegas of any team in the NFC North. It's also the lowest win total of any division champion. There's a couple other. I think a couple others have the same thing, but nobody's lower. I mean, I guess it's the lowest you could possibly be without potentially being an under 500 team, which Tampa was last year, right? Didn't Tampa go 8-9 but win the division? I think they did. Let me double check that. I mean that's when you're under 500 but win your division, it that feels like it's just a mess and you don't really deserve to be a playoff team. You're a playoff team by default. But long story short, I do wonder, have we been a little bit too confident? That's all. I mean, in Detroit, is anyone, and even if you are confident, are you uncomfortable with your confidence? And is the 9.5 or the change of heart, right? People on ESPN and now 3 of the 4 experts picking somebody other than the Lions to win the division. Is the Lions past maybe getting them a little bit? Are people thinking, you know, it is the Lions? And is it becoming the it pick to pick somebody other than the Lions?
Wait till we get enough people picking the Bears and Packers that it comes back to where the Lions are the cool pick again.
Right.
And then we're back
I mean, we still got you still got 14 days to the opener, so that could happen.
Exactly. But I don't, like I said, the schedule I think is a big reason for the win total not being as high as you would think for a division winner.
Yeah,
they play the AFC West.
Yep.
I mean,
yep, that's a good point. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, Gator Out today, 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Lions may not play their starters again during Friday's preseason finale, but their opponent will be. Carolina says they want to give rookie quarterback Bryce Young and their first team more reps in the exhibition. Dan Campbell and his front office are all about the evaluations and position competitions. Detroit will be back on the practice field in Allen Park today as preparations continue. Also in the NFL, the Bucs have announced that Baker Mayfield has won their starting quarterback spot over Kyle Trask, and he will succeed Tom Brady under center. The team's social media account posting a graphic that claims that it's, quote, time to bake. Spencer Torkelson and Kerry Carpenter on a roll. They'll try to continue it against the Cubs for tonight's game after each hitting bombs last night. In the last 12 games, the two have combined for 15 home runs, 20 RBIs, and are batting .371. Detroit is 7-5 in those games. Reese Olson gets tonight's start at 6:40 downtown. Dan Dickerson's call set right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And elsewhere, Wander Franco, he's been placed on MLB administrative leave, which removes him from the Rays roster as the investigation continues into a potential inappropriate relationship with a minor. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
So, if you want to see the graphic that was on the screen that we tweeted out from our Twitter page at DougandGator971, and it was just the panel on Get Up, who's going to win the NFC North, and bang, suddenly we're not the favorite, and that's okay. It has no perception. It doesn't impact reality at all. And it's for people's opinions, and it doesn't mean that huge money in Vegas going against the Lions or the Lions have no shot. But I've just found it interesting that suddenly we're no longer the it team. Dan Graziano picked the Vikings. Sal Paolantonio picked the Bears. Marcus Spears picked the Lions. Greeny picked the Lions as well, but then Sal Pal changed his mind and he went with the Bears. So, things might be changing because it wasn't that long ago. Everybody was picking the Lions. And I'm okay with it again, but it does come back to confidence. I mean, the fact of the matter is the Lions win total in Vegas is still only 9.5. And yes, their schedule looks like it might be a bit daunting. With the AFC West being on the schedule, but at 9.5, it's only 2 games clear of the Bears and a game clear. I think it's 2 games clear of the Bears and Green Bay. Sorry, and a game clear of Minnesota. Yes. So this is going to be tight, and I'm there's confidence, but then there's also overconfidence, and we can't. What matters is what does the team feel. The team better not think they just need to show up, roll out the footballs and helmets, and they're going to win the division. I guess it doesn't really matter what the fans think. But I would say it is a bit, if we take a cold glass of reality, they aren't an overwhelming favorite in this division. They aren't going to run away and hide. They aren't expected to run away and hide. San Francisco is expected to run away and hide with the NFC West. Their over-under is 3 games more than any other team in that division. But Detroit, it's the tightest race. 7.5, 8.5, and 9.5 are the totals for all 4 teams.
Why do you think they're not a bigger favorite as far as the difference is to win this division?
I'm surprised. Look, I don't bet on the local teams and all that. It's just I don't want it to seep into any of my perceptions of reality, and I also am aware of sometimes the biases that can come in. So I just, as a general rule, don't really do that. Occasional, whatever. I just don't. But over 9.5 feels like a good play to me. I don't know why it's so low.
Not even that it's low, just why is the gap so close?
I watched yesterday when everybody was fawning all over Jordan Love's preseason performance. And it's really weird. I wonder if when your football team, tell me if this psychologically makes sense. When your football team is trying to rebuild or isn't expected to be good, the preseason becomes a prime, is fertilized for overreacting to the positive. But when your team's expecting to be good, the preseason is quickly dismissed. Anything you see is quickly dismissed. Am I wrong? We haven't been in this position a whole lot, and I think Detroit has been, collectively as a community, I think we've been very dismissive of what we've seen. Now, it's because we're not seeing with the players we expect to play. 14 offensive starters and 9 defensive starters, not starters, regulars, because Montgomery and Gibbs, for instance, and I counted 6 offensive linemen, but 9 defensive regulars and 14 offensive regulars did not participate last Saturday. So what were we really looking at?
Well,
But Jordan Love's playing. Justin Fields is playing.
Well, that's why Lions fans can be dismissive of the preseason because we haven't seen any of the guys, the regulars, play.
Yeah.
Some defensive, but definitely not the offense.
It's just funny watching this because it feels to me like the Bears and the Packers, in part because of Jordan Love, are getting a lot of love lately. Justin Fields didn't play, I don't think, in this last Bears game. But he played in the opener, and his first pass to DJ Moore went to the house.
Do you think that the fact that the Lions have literally never won this division at all plays a factor into people's thinking of win totals and, things like that?
I think it might.
I know it shouldn't. I'm just saying
of course
that,
not,
yeah.
but I think it might be, yeah. Yeah, I had that thought, that there's a reluctance to say, I still can't. I still just don't know that I can do it. Never seen it before. Don't know that I can do it. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Brandon and Shelby on 97.1. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good, thank you.
So not really looking at the preseason, but something like JMO, like Jameson Williams, we thought we were going to have this dual wide receivers. St. Brown was going to get some help. And now not only is he suspended, but now he has this injury, so people are labeling him as a bust. So now who knows what our offense is going to be if we only have the one wide receiver. So something like that might make people skeptical because maybe our offense isn't going to be as good as people thought.
Well, the thing about it is we've known for a long time, well before people were making their preseason predictions, that Jameson Williams was going to be out for the first 6 games. And the injury doesn't really we have heard nothing that would imply that the injury is going to carry beyond 6 games. I do think the injury is kind of a big deal because I think those preseason reps, those joint practice reps, I think every chance he got to step on the field and get better was important, coming off an injury and getting used to the speed at this game. So I'll be honest, the injury has changed my expectation for Jameson Williams. I think we can expect when he does hit the field eventually that there still will be some learning curve stuff that might have got addressed in the regular season. But I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe there's, but I don't know how much people were really expecting from him anyway, given the suspension.
And I know there are 2 different injuries because I know he had the ACL injury and then now he has the hamstring injury. But maybe people just think he's injury prone. Like, what if he gets back from this injury and then something else happens?
I'm not labeling him a bust. Let me make that clear. I don't want that to be misinterpreted. Those, like you said, some people are, but I'm not one of them. He could be injury prone. I tend to think injury prone is just bad luck. Some guys, something about the way they're wired, I guess, or the way they're put together means they're going to get injured more. Sometimes it's about the way you play the game. Means you're going to get injured more. I guess I'm still a long way away from tagging Jameson Williams with the injury prone label. 248-539-9797. Al's in Bloomfield, and he's next. What's up, Al?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Hope you guys are good.
We are. Thank you.
I got a question, man. Why is Chicago getting any good publicity? I don't see any talent in this Justin fellow. He is a good running back. He can run. He's RB1 to me. But he can't throw worth crap. A 5-10 yards max. And even if you have this new wide receiver form, it's not like that fellow's going to get the ball. He can't get the ball there. Secondly, he doesn't have an offensive line that's going to keep him upright either. I still think the Lions have got the inside track. I'm not worried about him like some of these people are. But I don't understand why ESPN's hyping this dude up. He can't throw. I'm sorry.
So look, I think it's a little bit learning curve that he will be improving, and the addition of DJ Moore. I do wonder how much that highlights impacted people. I really can't escape that in the back of my mind that I'm wonder if they're guilty of, because I saw that and I'm like, damn, he is going to make an impact. And I'm like, wait a sec, preseason, don't freak out.
The only impact I see, go ahead.
Well, but they also added defensively with TJ Edwards and Tremaine Edmonds. I like Jack Sanborn a lot. So I think that, they're going to be better.
Better, but listen, they're going from 3 wins.
I know.
This is a 3-win team. Let's not forget, right? So maybe, 5, 6 perhaps? I'll give you that, but I'm not going to say they're going to win a division.
Well, some people are, Al. Some people are.
It's not my money. It's not my money they're betting, so go ahead. They can lose their money. That's fine.
Well, just so people know what Al's referencing, Sal Paolantonio and Mike Greenberg picked the Bears to win this division. And Dan Graziano picked the Vikings. Only Marcus Spears on the desk at Get Up picked the Lions. What's going on? Things have changed, huh? 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. Also, what do the preseason predictions really mean? It's interesting to take a look back at what the preseason predictions were last year and then what happened. We'll get to that today at 11:20. Plus your phone calls and feedback mixed in. Are the Lions no longer the favorite in the NFC North? 97.1 The Ticket. I don't think one Lion gets enough love. I think it's clear that the organization loves this guy. I think there's plenty to support that the organization loves this guy. And I think we gloss over his contributions. And I am ready to stop that and start an appreciation thread on this Carson Anderson message board for Khalif Raymond. This guy, he checks a lot of the boxes in a player that Detroit would love. Small school guy, had to kind of scrap and claw even to get looked at coming out of Holy Cross. I think he had to go like Boston College's pro day to get noticed, bounced around, played for 3 other teams, settles in Detroit, and he's caught, before he got to Detroit in 4 seasons, the guy caught 19 passes. In 4 seasons. His first year in Detroit, he catches 48 passes. Second year in Detroit, he catches 47 passes. Last year, Doug Harshgater out today, 248-539-9797. Inching closer and closer to the football season. College football Saturday. Lions football 2 weeks from Thursday. A mere 16 days away. And now we've talked both so far in the program. So if you want to keep going, 248-539-9797. I brought up the graphic here from this morning's Get Up show, and I'll read some of the tweets that came in the wake of it, where the Lions, I guess, are no longer the overwhelming favorite. Or at least on this morning with this panel, they weren't the overwhelming favorite. As 2 picks for the Bears, 1 for the Vikings, 1 for the Lions. So here's the feedback. Andy writes in, checks picks, cross references with largest advertising market. Got it. You suspect they're going for ratings in Chicago, huh?
You think in Chicago they see something like that and they ask their listeners, hey, we got a real shot at winning this division?
I wondered about that, right?
Because that team had more. The Bears had two people pick the Bears, and 1 Vikings, 1 Lions.
Yeah,
I guess the Bears are the favorite.
Like, let's think about it. If you're in Chicago Sports Talk Radio, how do we fend off this pesky upstart group from Detroit? Is that the topic? If you're in Green Bay, tank for Caleb? Or are you saying, look, we're getting overlooked. Nobody thinks we have a chance? I mean, probably. I guess that's what you do. They're the only team that didn't get a pick. Detroit got a pick. Minnesota got a pick. Chicago got 2. I mean, is Bear fans super confident right now?
I mean, they have things to be excited about for sure. They had a very active offseason.
Well, they had $100 million in cap
space.
space.
So they had to spend it, right?
Yeah.
And they spent it.
Yep.
They went and got players. They upgraded their team, at least on paper. And then you throw in the fact of something you can't truly project is how high will Justin Fields, what's his level this year of compared to last year? How high can he progress?
What's his ceiling?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't look at the Bears and completely dismiss them as a factor in this division. I think that's foolish. And I feel like my position to completely dismiss Green Bay, which I had planted that flag. And stopped thinking about Green Bay. And now all this Jordan Love is coming in. I'm like, damn it. I want to keep dismissing Green Bay. Let me dismiss.
I think that the NFC North might be one of the very few divisions where you can make a case for every team to win it. All right? Am I crazy?
I mean, is the AFC East everybody but New England now? Buffalo, the Jets, Miami, and New England?
Mm-hmm. AFC West, do you just hand it to the Chiefs, or do you say, hey, Justin Herbert is the next, Joe Burrow, even though they're the same, pretty much the same age? But
yeah, I mean, is AFC North, it's a bunch of teams they're pretty decent, and then Cincinnati. I don't know. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe it's less of a stretch to pick any one of the 4 teams to win the NFC North. So here's more tweets that came in. Ken said it's a TV show, and it just says the Lions are boring. Chad tweets us and says, that's fine. Let him doubt us. From SP Mick says, seen a lot of talk about Green Bay, too, after Love's preseason performance. From Will I Am, I think it's true. The Lions are not guaranteed to win the division. Got to stay healthy and win the games. I think they are the favorite to win it. Well, Will, of course they have to stay healthy, and of course they have to win the game. And these people are picking teams other than them. So Will, you would pick the Lions. You said you think they're the favorite to win it. James tweets us, I'd rather be the hunter than the hunted. Sergeant Hulka says, good. Remember what happened the last time the Lions were projected to win the division? Actually, I don't. What did it? I mean, I'm sure they didn't. When was the last time they were? When was the last time they were projected to win the division?
Aaron Rodgers has been here the whole time, so it's like I don't remember if there was.
Larry says Chicago won't sniff the division championship. They're going to finish a distant 4th. So there you go. All right. So what do preseason predictions mean? I went through and it was the first one that showed up. Okay. I Google searched 2022 NFL division picks. The first one that popped up was CBS Sports. Now, the problem is anymore is you can find 10 different writers from CBS Sports that all publish their predictions, but this was just a general story. And so I just grabbed this, but it's typical, and it'd probably be true of a lot of different people. Last year, the team to win the AFC East was the Bills, and the Bills won it. The team picked to win the AFC North was Baltimore. Cincinnati won it. Picked to win the AFC South was Indy. Jacksonville won it. The team picked by CBS Sports to win the AFC West was the Chargers. Kansas City won it. The team picked to win the NFC East was Philly. Philly won it. The team to pick to win the NFC North was Green Bay. Minnesota won it. Team to pick to win the NFC South was Tampa. Tampa won it. The team to pick to win the NFC West was the Rams, and San Francisco won it. So that's 3 favorites that won their division. Additionally, the ESPN Power Rankings last year, the 2022 ESPN Power Rankings, guess where the 2 Super Bowl combatants were picked? Kansas City and Philadelphia. Guess where they were picked? In the first Power Rankings, preseason, NFL, ESPN. Kansas City was picked as the 4th best team in the NFL. It's not exactly a huge stretch, but they were behind Buffalo, Tampa, and the Rams. And Philadelphia was picked 15th in the NFL last year. So, I just thought we'd do this as an exercise to look back and go, what do the preseason predictions really mean? There is an example of how you just simply never know.
Yeah, it would take some real foresight to take the Eagles to the Super Bowl last year.
Yep.
Real foresight.
Yep.
Wait a second. I did that. No. I mean, it was a long shot that I thought that they could hit, but maybe are the Bears that long shot or the Packers that long shot? Where do they don't rank anywhere near 15, I would assume.
I want to go. I haven't seen ESPN's preseason power rankings yet. Let me see if I just do a quick search here because I'd be interested because at that time it didn't seem outlandish, right? It didn't seem outlandish. Nobody was freaking out. How can they have the here we go. This year's power rankings. The team that's picked 4th is San Francisco, and the team that's picked 15th is the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. No.
To answer your question about the Bears are 24th. And where the Rams are 27th. Last year, the Rams ended the season 2nd. This year, they're 27th. Green Bay is picked 20th in the preseason power rankings. Vikings 15th, Lions 10th. So
the Lions this year were ranked higher than where the Eagles were last year entering the season.
Yes.
And the Eagles, we obviously know, made it to the Super Bowl.
Yep. But maybe that just tells you a little bit about what preseason expectations mean.
These are all predictions.
Yep.
Projections. They're just trying. You don't know.
Yep.
Injuries play obviously a huge factor. Look what happened to the Rams. They were projected, 4th or 2nd, you said?
Mm-hmm. Well, and I mean, we don't have to look much further than this current Major League Baseball season. The Yankees are 17 games out of first and in last place. The New York Mets are 22 games out of first. Remember what expectations were with them. The San Diego Padres are 17 and a half games out of first. These are teams that were projected to be near the top of the standings, huge off seasons, and they all are 17 games or worse out of the playoff, out of first.
It's crazy. Ginormous payrolls.
Yep. All right, we'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Also, there's a debate going on in our house, and I'm starting to get concerned that I am going to lose it. Kang, I told you what it is. You feel like you got the same debate, and you feel like you're losing ground as well. Not rapidly, but you feel like you're losing ground, don't you?
I mean, it's not going in the right direction in my point of view.
We will get to that coming up today at 11:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Pat Caputo says that Lions drafting, here's the headline, the Lions drafting Jameson Williams, glaring mistake. Now, I don't know, I don't remember per se whether Pat was in favor of the trade up and selection of Jameson Williams or not.
Right.
But he is correct. If he doesn't pan out, it will be a colossal mistake, because he says the Lions would have had 32 and 34 because of the Stafford trade and could have taken, Christian Watson with either pick. And they could have also taken Jalen Petrie, the safety, or, Kenneth Walker III, any of those guys, instead of taking Jameson Williams, not to mention Sign from Georgia, who was taken, or Seen, right?
Seen, yeah.
He was taken by Minnesota, and he got hurt. But yes, there were other people out there.
Well, I would also take it to say that even if they made the trade, the selection of Jameson Williams is, by his estimation, a failure, because you could have had Jordan Davis. You could have had a number of different players.
Yes.
I'm not willing to go there yet. Am I disappointed? Sure. But I'm
Doug Karsh, Gator out today, 248-539-9797. Open the show, plenty to talk about the Jim Harbaugh situation in Michigan. You can use the rewind feature in the Odyssey app if you want to go back and hear that. And Dan Wetzel joined us, who's done a lot of reporting on this. Check it out on the Odyssey app. Again, using the rewind feature, go back to the beginning of the show. Or if you want to continue, 248-539-9797. We also brought up this morning that the ESPN panel on Get Up, apparently the Lions are no longer the favorite to win the NFC North. 3 of the 4 ended up settling on somebody other than Detroit. 2 picks for the Bears, 1 for Minnesota, and 1 for Detroit. Marcus Spears was the lone Detroit pick. He's the one going out on a limb. The Lions, they've exhausted the timeline on being the it team, apparently.
I bet you they all change their picks come right before Thursday night kickoff.
You think?
Yep. If they do this segment again, which I'm sure they'll do like 8 more times, but
Yep,
we'll see.
Right. You're probably right. 24-hour news cycle. It's hard to fill with new and interesting takes all the time.
They will
Look,
all
I'm being
pick the
very
Packers.
cynical.
They'll all pick the Packers.
I'm being very cynical of what their motivations were, but I'm going to assume they meant it. Feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. Nothing has changed about the Lions' perception. It's just the 24-hour news cycle is stale and calling the Lions a turnaround. It's not a hot take anymore, so it's on to the next hot take. That's from an unnamed texter. People have no faith in the wide receiving core. It's from another unnamed texter. You think that's what it is?
No.
I don't know. Josh says, it's simply because they talk about the same things for months and need something else to be the smartest guy in the room. Jeff at Ford says, Doug, I think you are correct. People are changing their mind because they're saying the same old Lions. They're saying same old Lions. They have their quarterback wearing a lineman number. How are they going to win the division?
He's the backup, and he's going to change his number when the season starts.
Yeah. Yep. Maybe they realize Campbell's never started well with this group of players. Also, they could realize the Lions can only improve one game from their 5-1 record in the North. The Lions being the darling started back in January after the Packers game, so it's been 8 months. That's from Jared in Waterford.
It's getting stale picking the Lions.
It is. 2 things that happened last year that are unsustainable. The Lions' 5-1 record in the division and the Vikings' 11 wins and 1-score games. I think the NFC North cannibalizes itself and every team goes 1-1 in the division. So 3-3 in the division. 1-1 against each other. Is that what he means? I think so. 1,000% has to be the Lions' past, and I'm fine with that. The Lions need to display the disrespect card every chance they get. I tend to think that when it comes to professional teams, I don't really think the disrespect card does much. I think it can work for individuals, individual motivation. If somebody doubts you as a player, you suck, that kind of thing. But I don't know. Once you get to be a pro, I'm not so sure that the emotion of being disrespected as a team really matters.
I don't know. They slayed the dragon that was Aaron Rodgers last year.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a big one. People thought maybe that was the game when the Packers had everything to play for. The last game of the year at Lambeau, and what the Lions have nothing to play for as far as postseason. They knew at that point that they weren't going to play. A win wouldn't do them any good. And they still beat Aaron Rodgers. And people thought that might have buried SOL. And the next SOL burying, if you believe in it, is winning the division, right?
Yep. 248-539-9797. If you want to react to this, because some Lions disrespect. Good old healthy Detroit disrespect. Let's go to Otis. You're on 97.1 a ticket. What's up, Otis?
Hey, Doug, I don't see it as disrespect. I see it as the Lions haven't proved anything yet. And I think once the Lions get out there, win a division, win 10 or 11 games, go win a playoff game and prove it, then you'll start seeing people really jumping on board for next year. But you know what? Unless you have done it lately, unless you've done it consistently a couple years or 2 or 3 years out of the last 5, how can you pick the Lions?
Well, remember the team that was picked instead of the Lions by 2 of the 3. It was the Bears.
Well, I just think they're doing this to get people, riled up.
The Bears have won the division 1 time in the last 12 years, so the same would be applied to them.
Ridiculous. I wouldn't hold anything that they say for truth.
Again,
I just think I'm a Lions fan huge, and I think what they did in the offseason, free agency, was great. But now show me.
Well, I agree. The non-negotiable here is to go out and win, right? They got to go out and win. All right, I mentioned before the break that there's a debate going on in our household. Now, my daughter moves into the dorms tomorrow. So the house is kind of an emotional powder keg right now. And this will be our second child moving, and she's not going far. She's going to the University of Michigan, so it's not like we're flying her across country. But it's still, I think, a little bit different to say goodbye to your little girl. And I have to admit that I'm in a little bit of a vulnerable place. That Kang, someday, I suspect you'll be there. It's exciting for them. I'm happy, but at the same time, it's a little bit of a sad acknowledgement of the end of an era. And so we're a little on edge, okay, in the Karsh household. Admittedly so. And we're going to have one kid left in the home. And the kids have forever, collectively as a group, have been pushing for a dog. And my youngest son especially has been pushing for a dog. And he's a little bit playing the I'm going to be home alone card. My daughter is playing a little bit of the he's going to be home alone card.
Oh, she's helping him on this.
Yeah. I think she's feeling bad about leaving him. I mean, it's just, it's
more than leaving you guys, the parents.
I think that's true. So both my wife and I admittedly are in a bit of a vulnerable place. And I don't want to lose this battle because I really don't want to talk.
So how long have they asked for a dog? Like their whole lives?
Yeah,
or
pretty much their whole lives.
Okay, but now it's coming on a little bit stronger?
Now it's coming on stronger.
Okay.
I mean, we got a text today from our youngest son with some dog video on it. And I haven't bothered playing it, but I know exactly what he's after. And I mean, right now we have a cat, all right?
So he's not home alone?
No, he's not. The cat, we didn't intend to have a cat. When my mother-in-law passed, we inherited the cat.
Mm-hmm.
And the cat's name is Frady because the cat is scared of everything.
Yep.
Bringing a dog into the home, my first fear is cat and dog, both the dog, getting a puppy, it's going to pee everywhere, and the cat's going to mark its territory, and we're just going to have animal urine all over the house. I don't want any part of I don't want it.
Yep.
I desperately don't want it. But I'm telling you, man, and of course the kids promise, I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it.
Empty promises.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, just like when we took care of the neighbor's dog or the neighbor's cats, or whenever we're doing that, and they're always like, hey, you got to go feed the cat. And they're like, I don't want to. And we end up doing it, that whole thing. But I can't even begin to tell you how little interest I have in being a dog owner. I like dogs. I just don't want to be a dog owner.
Yep.
I don't want to deal with all that comes with
there's a lot.
Dog, yeah.
There's a lot, Doug.
Yeah. And I feel like I'm starting to lose this debate. I feel like my wife is softening. I can feel myself softening. And I know I don't want a dog. I know I don't want a dog.
This is why I'm telling you not to get a dog. Because I know how much you don't want a dog. And it has nothing to do with you not liking dogs. It's just the taking care of it part, the training part.
The mess.
The everything that comes with it. And your youngest, this is the first time he'll be, quote unquote, alone.
Yeah.
Does he think that every single only child has a dog? He'll make it, man. He'll be tougher for it. He'll get through it.
Yes.
The thing is, you guys are breaking, though, and you can feel you and your wife breaking a little bit.
I can feel it starting to happen.
The foundation is starting to crack.
But yet my belief has it. I don't want a dog.
Do
not want a dog. Do not want a dog.
That is solid.
Yeah.
But the actual saying yes to it is cracking, right?
Yes, exactly. Now, you have a daughter.
Yeah, she's 4.5, almost 5, actually. And she's been asking for a dog for at least a good year now.
Mm-hmm.
And you know this for a fact. She's the cutest little girl in the world.
Your daughters are incredibly cute.
That's
full
stop.
And I hate to break it to you, but just about every parent thinks.
No, I don't believe that, Doug.
Kid.
Yeah, I know everyone says that, but I've got references.
It's a fact, right?
Yes,
Got
exactly.
it.
With that being said, I am at a 0.00000% chance of wanting a dog.
Yep.
Like you, I have nothing against dogs. Dogs are fine. I think dogs can be great. You know, I do not want to train a dog. I don't want to take care of a dog. I don't want to feed it, take for walks, find someone to watch it if I leave town, everything. But every time she asks, there is a very small percentage. It does go up from that 0.0000%.
It changes, huh?
So I'm closer to 1% now than I was a year ago, but I still don't want a dog.
I don't have, I would, you know what I want? I want to take care of my brother-in-law's dog, Porter, for like a week at a time. Like I'm down with. Porter's a great dog. We know Porter. Porter gets along. My boy likes him. I want to borrow a dog. That's it. I want to borrow a dog. I don't want to own a dog. I want to borrow a dog and then give the dog back.
I thought maybe you guys should just borrow Gator's dog so he sees how miserable it can
I do
be.
not want to borrow that dog.
What if your son's like,
You know what
oh my God, this is a lot harder than I thought.
Yeah.
This is terrible.
Take
this dog back.
If I borrow Gator's dog, I'll train it. No, man, but I can feel myself slipping. 248-539-9797. We'll get to some Tiger stuff today at 12:20. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, discover how good your water can be, like our family did with the new Kinetico system that removes up to 99% of contaminants. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Get clean, purified water and reduce plastic bottle waste. Call 855-339-4242 or visit ctcwater.com. Save up to $1,000 on a K5 drinking water system when you purchase a Kinetico softener. Call 855-339-4242. Financing options are available with approved credit. CTC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer.
You're going to explain to these people what the hell's going on in Ann Arbor. I can't make sense of it.
You think I have like all the answers to
Yeah,
this?
it's your cult.
Okay.
It's Emgo Costa.
Here it is.
Excuse me, I have to get a screwdriver and fix them.
You go ahead and do that. For people who may have heard, and for those who have not, Jim Harbaugh and the Michigan Wolverines have, that too, self-imposed suspension, but only 3 games. The deal that fell through was 4 games. Fell through because the NCAA felt like 4 games wasn't enough. So what does Michigan do? They turn around and say only 3. Do they think that's going to be sufficient? Am I missing something with this?
Yeah, you're missing. Why would you self-impose in the first place? History has already shown you self-imposing doesn't really matter. Why would you self-impose when you put a deal before them that you would not agree to? The Committee on Infractions rejected your deal at 4.
Mm-hmm.
But you think 3 is doing something?
So what are we missing?
I don't know.
I know you don't like getting inside the head of the Michigan Brain Trust.
Doug Karsch, Gator out today. Lots on the table, including a debate I feel like I'm starting to lose at home, as I have been adamant and really held firm on no dog. And now my daughter moves into the dorms tomorrow. My little guy's he's sad, but he's really pushing for a dog. I'm home alone. He's playing the card. He's manipulating us, and I get it. And I'm particularly vulnerable right now, and so is my wife. And I'm like, I don't want to lose this battle, but I feel our position, which has been, I mean, it's been deep rooted in cement. No dog. I feel like it's starting to erode a little bit. I don't want to talk. 248-539-9797. Plus, we got the Lions, the Harbaugh situation, all on the table today. Let's get to your phone calls. James is next. Hi, James.
Hey, yeah, you're talking about the Lions and disrespect. I don't think it's disrespect. I think they've been writing about the Lions being good all year, and now they need clickbait, so they're writing about something else. You know, Jordan Love is going to be the third coming, really? So they're running out of stuff to write. It ain't the same old Lions. By the way, the same old Lions, I have the ultimate same old Lions. How about they win the Super Bowl this year and then don't win again for 60 years? Same old Lions.
Great. Sounds wonderful. I guess I'd take it. If you were to tell me we get a Super Bowl win this year, but it needs to another 60-year drought, I guess I'd take it.
Well, I'm in my 60s, so I'll take it too. I ain't got that much time. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. Thanks, James. Let's go to Kevin. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, the whole dog situation.
Yeah.
2 questions. How old is your youngest?
16.
So he's only got a few more years and he's gone.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And then the second question is, do you like to travel?
Yep.
Don't get a dog.
Exactly.
Because in 3 years, the youngest will be gone.
Yep.
And then what happens? Now you still got a baby at home, and you can't go do a weekend. You can't do an overnight. You can't do anything until you find a sitter for that dog.
Yep.
I'm speaking from experience. We got one when my second youngest went to state. Oh, my gosh, we need a dog to replace. Okay, yeah. Then 3 years later, my youngest leaves. Now what? I'm stuck with the dog, and the dog sleeps in bed with us. So that's what you got to look forward to.
Thank you. 248-539-9797.
He just gave you a glimpse into the future, Doug.
So that's the thing, right? We get a dog, and in 3 years, he's gone, and we've got the dog. We've got the dog.
Yeah, you've got way more reasons not to get a dog than I do.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a feeling. What'd you say every time she asks for a dog, the needle moves?
Oh, like barely, but it moves.
Yeah. She's going to keep asking. I think you'll have a dog by 2024. 248-539-9797. Phil is next on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, Doug. Hey, gang. How you doing?
What's up, Phil?
Phil.
Hey, I just wanted to tell you, stay strong, Doug. Stay strong.
Yeah.
Because just to piggyback on what Kevin said, your son's going to enjoy the dog for 2 years, and then all 3 kids are going to love coming over and seeing him, but they're not going to love taking care of him.
Nope.
And you'll be stuck for the next 10, 14 years with a dog, depending on what kind you get.
Mm-hmm.
And I always had a dog growing up, and when I got married and moved out, we didn't get one, and the longer I don't have one, the more I enjoy not having one, just for the standpoint of taking care of one. And, we just had our first born not too long ago, and my wife and I both agreed that, when he starts asking, because I know he will, we got a little bit of a larger yard, so we're going to try to get him some sort of an outside animal instead that he can play with, and it can stay outside and not mess up the whole house and everything with the smell and the hair.
Yeah. But what kind of outside animal are you thinking here? A horse?
No, maybe like a smaller animal, like a pygmy goat or 2 or something like that. Maybe some chickens. My parents have chickens. He loves looking at the chickens.
Yeah, Doug.
You should ask him. Hey, buddy.
You love farm fresh eggs.
Here's your pygmy goat.
Goat milk? Do you like that? You're a big milk drinker?
Yeah. If it makes you feel any better, its name is Fido.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Andy is next. Hi, Andy.
Hey, Doug. Couple things. One, if you do get a dog, get a rescue dog because you can get one that's older, it's already house trained, and since it's older, you're not going to have it for as long.
Right.
But there's a downfall there. We just put a dog down last year. What you want to talk about? It's
Andy,
horrible.
I can't even imagine, honestly, because I feel like your attachment to your dog is stronger than the attachment I've ever had to a cat. Okay, and if I get a dog, I know I'll get attached to it. When we had to put, there are 2 cats that have passed down. We ended up for a while there 3, and it was all an accident. All 3 of them were accidents, but we had 3 cats. Putting down a cat was tough. Okay, I think putting down a dog would be tougher, which sounds terrible, but I do believe it.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
And the other thing I wanted to hit on is I don't even think I'm going to need my hat for the upcoming football season because my wife's getting kind of geeked about the season too because I got her all pumped up, so I'm not even going to need my hat.
Nice.
I think she'll be watching the games with me, maybe fetching my beers.
Andy, don't use the term fetch.
I think they're going to play. Oh, right. I think they're going to play good football this year. I think we're going to be astonished at what they do.
I hope you're right. Andy's called the show before. He's got a hat that when he puts the hat on, his wife knows no talkie.
He doesn't want to be talked to.
No, when he's got the hat on. 248-539-9797. Who do we got next here? Larry, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Larry.
Hey, good morning. I'm kind of repeating what everybody else is saying. We bought my daughter a dog on her 11th birthday. She's 27 now, lives in Madison, Wisconsin. So my 63-year-old butt is out picking up poop every week. So why she's long gone.
Yep.
She's also got 2 older brothers, and all 3 of them live in a different state, and they all have their own dogs now.
Yeah.
And so I'm still carrying the torch. And also, like many have said, my wife works retail, so she doesn't get many weekends off. And every weekend when she does get one off, we got to scramble to see if someone can watch her dog so we can go somewhere once in a while.
Yeah, all reasons why. I swear to God, here's the part that I'm not anti-dog. I don't dislike dogs. I just don't want one for my own.
You don't want the responsibility that comes with it.
Nope.
Because you know your kid ain't going to take that responsibility
They
on.
say, they always say
Empty
that.
words.
Yeah.
They always say that. He's 16. I think you just got to wait this out like another 6 months, maybe a year.
I just wonder if he like the whole the sadness of being, at home alone. Will that ever get replaced by sweet? I'm home alone. This is awesome.
No, it gets replaced by
I'd rather get him a car.
Wow. Don't say that out loud. What did you just do?
Yeah. Nobody repeat that, please.
What?
It's less work than a dog.
Helps the family out more.
I just
wait. So who's closer to getting this
I
dog?
think my wife. I think my wife is.
Seriously?
Yeah. And I really, really don't want a dog.
What's the oldest think? Does he care?
Actually, he hasn't said anything. He hasn't, it's the last couple of days, and he moved out of the house. He came home for the summer, but he's back in his college house, and he hasn't really said anything. He'd probably be in favor of it. They all were always in favor of it, but they also had no grip on reality of what it actually meant. 248-539-9797. Tim's in Grand Blanc, and he's next. Hi, Tim.
Hey, good morning, Doug. I hope I can help you a little bit. So I believe that you are probably going to be wanting this dog because, one, if your wife's on board, then you might as well just climb on board now and be the good guy.
Yeah, you might be right.
Well, there's also a thing called Rover. So we do go often, and we have a Rover person we use often, and they do a great job, and it's not super expensive. But when you're
Wait, what do they do? Hold on. What do they do? What does Rover do?
So we live in Davis, and we found a Rover in Grand Blanc. So it's just a residential home where they already may have a dog, but they basically charge you to babysit your dog at their home.
Okay.
And they're online, so you can check everything about them. It's kind of like the care.com for kids and older people. So there is a way for you to have a dog, but you may just need that attention once that 16-year-old is gone. It's just going to be you and your wife.
I mean, that's kind of the low-key thing of that I'm going to say about the whole dog issue that I will admit, and thank you for the phone call, Tim. I could see 4 or 5 years after the last kid moves out of the house considering a dog. Down the road. Way down the road. But not now. Not now. We went to 6 baseball tournaments in 6 weekends this summer. We'd have to board that dog every single weekend.
Just have Gator watch the dog for you. He's a dog lover. He's got a dog already.
Well, my brother, I got family close by, so I don't need Gator, but 248-539-9797. All right, we'll talk some Tigers today at 12:20. It's Carson Anderson. Gator out today, 97.1. All right, Gator out today, although he just called me. Tell you what he said in just a minute. We'll talk some Tigers today at 12:20. If you missed Dan Wetzel talking Jim Harbaugh, use the rewind feature in the Odyssey app to go back. 10:15 AUDACY. Download it for your mobile device today. Then you can, like we said, back up the show and listen to stuff, which is archived up to 24 hours. Additionally, you can take the show anywhere with you in the United States and stream it. There's going to come a day, my friend. There's going to come a day when you're out of town and the Red Wings make that big trade deadline move to make them the favorite in the East. And you're going to wish you had the Odyssey app, right? Well, download it today. It's free. And then you can listen to the station anywhere in the United States. And it's especially helpful for those that travel and maybe get outside our listening area. Also streaming on Twitch. That's back up and running in our upgraded studios. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. You can also stream on YouTube. Go to YouTube and search up 971 The Ticket there. Yesterday I told you how I did got home 7 a.m. from up north. Got up at 2:30 on Monday morning. Was on the road at 3:15. Got home at 7 a.m. Came to work. Was running on fumes. I passed out last night before 9 o'clock and slept straight through until 6 a.m. this morning. Feel much better today. Much better. And I apologize for yesterday's show, which might have been a bit sloppy. Gator out today, 248-539-9797. We'll get to some Tiger stuff today at 10:20. I just brought up last hour, and you can tell, Kang, and you know this, and I'll just let the audience in on. You can tell when you bring up a topic that you could do for an entire 4-hour show. We're not going to do that, but with my daughter moving into the dorms tomorrow, the house is a bit of an emotional powder keg right now. My little guy is pushing for a dog. Even my daughter's on board with that, and she's feeling bad about him being left at home alone, and we're feeling bad about everything. It's way more emotional than I thought it was going to be. We're in a vulnerable place, and the kids are pushing for a dog.
Don't let them take advantage of you, Doug.
They are taking advantage of our current emotional state, and I can feel the foundation of the adamant no, which was deep-rooted in cement. It's starting to crumble, and I'm like, but I don't want a dog. In the moment in time of seeing the look on my son's face of handing him over a little puppy sounds cathartic and fantastic. And I just wonder, like, how many minutes, hours, days does regret sink in? But you go through the same thing because your daughter, who's cute as hell and smart as hell, and will figure out quickly how to manipulate you.
Oh, she's already done that.
Yeah, she is pushing for a dog. And I give it to the end of the calendar year 2024.
It makes way more sense for me and my family to get a dog because my little girls are so young.
Yep.
They'll be able to enjoy it, for a while. In your case, 2 more years and your little buddy's going to be off to college as well.
Yep.
And then guess who's going to be left stuck with
this guy
Fido?
right here.
Exactly.
Yep.
You and the wife.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll come home every now and then just to say hi to the dog.
Give the dog a pat and then say, "Hey, I think he might want to walk, Dad."
You're right.
Thanks. 248-539-9797. Again, we'll get to Tiger stuff today at 12:20. Mike's in Farmington Hills. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Doug, gang, how we doing today?
We're good, thank you.
I literally have the whole family in the car, pulling a trailer, driving up to St. Ignace to go to Mackinac Island tomorrow.
Nice.
And we've got to go probably 45 minutes out of our way to drop our dog off at my mother-in-law's house. So you guys need to hold out as long as possible. Doesn't matter how old your kids are. Mine are 4 and 5. Every weekend we got to find something to do with this dog so we can go do the things we want to do.
How long have you had the dog, Mike?
It's going to be 8, 9.
9. There's a tone of resignation in your voice, Mike, where I can just tell that it's tinted with regret. But
we have talked no more dogs after this. We love her to pieces, but
of course you do. That's the thing, Doug. When you get this, if you get this dog, you're gonna love the dog. The dog should be part of the family.
Yep.
So that's it. It's not like you're gonna be able. Oh, I just want to get rid of it.
But
it's gonna come with stuff that you're like,
Well, Mike, good luck. Are the kids hearing this conversation?
They are. They actually chime in when they go 97-1, the ticket, all
Nice.
the time.
That's good. That's good. Well, but the kids are not taking offense to you saying this about the dog?
No, they're only 4 and 5, so they
right.
just love her. And when we send her somewhere for the weekend, they're just like, "Oh, great, no dog this weekend."
Thanks, Mike. Hey, enjoy Mackinac. That's a fun trip for a family. Did you see what I meant, though? He just spoke so matter of fact. No emotion. It was that call reeked of defeat. Like he just sounded defeated.
Yeah, he's got to go out of his way.
Yeah.
He could be 45 minutes closer to Mackinac right now, but they had to go out of their way to drop the dog off.
And pay the boarding fees. Nick is next. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Nick.
Hey, Doug. How's it going?
Okay.
Okay, so I'll give you a different perspective on this. I'll give you the perspective of a child. So I'll say if you wanted to do this, you should have probably did it 5 or 6 years ago so that the majority of your kids would have been home as the dog was growing up throughout life.
Yep.
So I'm the youngest in my family. I have an older brother and sister, and it's kind of a similar age range to your kids, whereas we're about 5-6 years apart.
Okay.
And when we got our dog, I was 10 years old, and I moved out in 2019, and I was the last to move out. So there was always somebody, a kid home or multiple kids at home while the dog was growing up. And then my parents obviously kept it when we all moved out, but it was in its later years, so it wasn't as active, kind of just slept a lot. So it wasn't as big of a responsibility. But my recommendation is don't get the dog. I think that ship has just sailed and it's too late because it's going to go from a family dog in 2 years to you and your wife's dog.
Yep. Yeah, that is correct. And look, I mean, I think the point that if we owned a dog, I'd love the dog.
Oh, you absolutely would.
But I don't want all the work. 248-539-9797. Brian's next. Hi, Brian.
Good morning, Doug, or afternoon. I'm sorry.
It's quite all right.
I wanted to ask you, if you wanted to get a dog, what kind of dog would you want?
It's a great question.
Because that's the kind.
Okay.
That's the dog you should get for your son.
Yeah, I would
Because
say.
you know it's good.
Yeah, I would say that would be if we get to the point of completely caving, which I can't imagine, but if we do, and I know that it's probably going to get discussed more, it will be a dog like one of those dogs that doesn't shed. Like I don't want a little yapper. I don't like little yappers. So
I think you need to look into the breeds of dogs that you're going to want. Look into the kinds of health issues they can possibly develop. Look at their lifespan. Are they a 12, 15-year-old dog, or are they going to be an 8, 9-year-old dog? You got to plan ahead and know that if you are going to get your son a dog, it's really going to be your dog.
Right, I
so
hear
do
you.
your research now.
You're right, Brian. 100% correct.
Maybe just dress your cat up as a dog.
Right, I'm going to start selling the virtues of our cat a little bit more.
Yeah.
This
is some disrespect to Frady.
Frady needs love too, man.
Wow. I mean, Frady catching a stray.
Right?
I'm right here.
I'll tell you what, we're going to move Frady's litter box into your room so she'll come in there more and you can see Frady more and then prove us that you could take care of an animal and you change the litter box. Think that'll work? Frady's a good little cat. She doesn't hide as much as she used to.
How about a goldfish?
They just die like within the first few days, don't they?
Then how can I trust you with the dog?
That's a great point.
That's what you tell them.
If you make this goldfish live for 2 years, we'll get you a dog.
Right?
Rick is next. Hi, Rick.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Great show.
Thank you.
Hey, Doug, hold your ground.
Yeah.
This is absolutely. I have 4 kids. They all want a dog, and you know what? It's real simple. Kids lack the ability to fully understand what responsibility is. Until that person has their own mortgage payment, I don't care who you are, you don't understand responsibility. My kids want a dog. I flat out tell them if I wanted a dog, I wouldn't have had kids. It's real simple. I don't want the responsibility. You need to hold your ground because the way here's the other thing. I have my oldest is 15 and my youngest is 5. They can't even keep their damn room clean.
No.
How are they going to have a dog? No way, and I'm not taking care of it.
I should say to them, if you guys had shown me that you could take on responsible behavior like not putting trash in the cup holders of the car, which you've done since you were little kids and still do to this day, I would have got a dog. He's standing firm. And the difference is we're in a vulnerable place with our daughter moving out of the house tomorrow. We're in a vulnerable place. This is impacting us. And he's manipulating right now. He wants a dog and he's trying to basically capitalize on his wounded parents.
Yeah, you need to talk to the wife, I think, mostly here, because united we
I
stand,
agree.
right?
I
Divided,
agree.
you guys are gonna, crumble.
I
man.
do need to talk to her and make sure we stay firm on this.
Yes.
All right, I swear we're not taking dog calls all day. Although look at the phone lines, we clearly could. Let's talk some Tigers. We're done with the dog calls. We'll talk some Tigers last night. They did it again. We'll get to that today at 12:20. Hey, Hall Financial, the lender that saved Michigan residents millions, is reinventing home lending with their new exclusive no-fee home loans. I was complaining about fees that were associated with another purchase I made, just straight-up fees. God, they drive me crazy. Well, how about this? Hall Financial, they're announcing Michigan's first no-fee home loan, exclusive to Hall Financial clients. Even better, with the no-fee loan, you stay locked into their no-fee program, ensuring you don't pay fees to Hall Financial when it's time to refinance. If you're looking at working with Hall Financial, you're looking for a home loan, and you're not working with Hall Financial, you're overpaying. The no-fee loan applies to both new purchases and refis. Hall Financial, call them right now to learn more about the no-fee home loan option. 866-CALL-HALL, that's 866-CALL-HALL, or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com. My personal phone is blowing up right now with all kinds of dog advice, including a joke that I can't read on the air about why you prefer a dog to a spouse, but I'll just let.
Jeez, man.
I know, right?
Too far.
I'm good. We're good. I'm gonna stand strong. The listeners have helped. They've actually helped. Yeah, I'm actually more worried about you because you were just starting this battle.
I'm worried about me.
Yeah, and you've got a long way to go, but you're also, everybody says if there's any chance that you're going to do this, you do it while the kids are young. Right?
Yeah, you've just got to survive like the next 2 years at most, I think. Me, I've got a long way to go. A long way to go. She's going to continually ask for a dog for who knows how long. So,
yeah,
I'm in it for the long haul, but listen, I just want people to understand that Doug and I are not anti-dog.
Nope.
We're not anti-dog owner. We're just we're speaking on our own behalf.
On my own behalf, I do not want to be a dog owner.
Yes, I personally do not want to be a dog owner as well.
I would love to borrow my brother-in-law's dog. Love that dog. And maybe that's the solution, is ask for some time with my brother-in-law's dog.
Part of the reason why I don't want to get a dog either is I know I'll love that dog like crazy, you know? And I'll be attached to the dog, and I don't want this right now. I don't need this. I got other stuff going on.
Kids are challenging enough,
Yes.
right? But I do. The funny thing is the kids go, great, that doesn't help. But 4 or 5 years from now, kids out of the house, pushing into retirement years, that kind of thing. I'm not going to do this forever, but another job, looking for something to do, weekends keep me busy. Yeah, maybe a dog. Long walks, I could see it. But
sunrise?
Sunrise.
You love the sunrise. Actually, the dog will be there for you.
Dog probably won't bitch about me getting him up to go to the sunrise. Dog will be like, yeah, let's go.
I've been waiting all night.
Yeah. One guy said, if I wanted a dog, I tell my kids, if I wanted a dog, I wouldn't have had you. That's funny. All right, Tigers. So I don't expect that everybody hears every minute of every show. And yesterday we talked about it. We're kind of going to talk about it again. Is the core of the lineup of the future being solidified in real time right now in front of our eyes? Last night, back-to-back pitches, Spencer Torkelson and Kerry Carpenter went yard. I think we're pretty comfortable in Riley Green's development and what his future may hold as a Detroit Tiger. You start adding to the mix these two bats. I mean, Torque is really, really showing the power stroke. And the guy brought up yesterday the home and road splits. Yeah, they're disturbing. There's a lot more home runs on the road than at home, but maybe it's a product of this last stretch. I mean, and just coincidence? I don't know that we know yet, but it was good to see him hit a home run. But Torque, he looks just different at the plate, right? I don't know that he's standing taller or looks more confident, but you could tell when a guy gets to the plate where the expectation is bad intentions, and he's got that right now. I mean, he smoked that ball last night. Then Kerry Carpenter comes up next. Now, think about Carpenter. There's a lot of interesting stuff going on because we talked about it yesterday. Carpenter's a little bit out of the blue, and we've had out of the blue successes here in Detroit. In fact, we had a recent warning sign of what can happen. We loved the Eric Haas story. Local guy gets on a local team and starts doing good things. But he went from 22 home runs to 14 home runs to gone. And unfortunately, it happened rather quickly, and I'm glad to see he got picked up by another major league team. He's back in Cleveland, and I'll root for him because I'd like to see him do well. But it wasn't happening here any longer. If the buy-in for Carp, because he doesn't have the pedigree or the expectation or wasn't drafted as high, it's a little bit more of did they catch lightning in a bottle? More so than a guy living up to the expectation, which is the case with both Torque and Green. Torkelson, man, yes, this is what the user's manual said he was supposed to be like. This is how he was advertised. And yesterday, it wasn't just that he hit a home run. He went 4 for 5. He scored 3 runs. Carpenter went 3 for 5, scored 2 runs. Now the Tigers lost, and it really probably comes down to pitching. But these guys are really having a great month. Okay, and Torque, it's been going on for more than a month. Torque now it's 19 home runs since June 1st. First 2 months of the season, he had 4 home runs. Then in June, July, and 3/4 of the way or 2/3 of the way here through August, he's hit 19 home runs. His slugging percentage month to month has gone up every month. Kerry Carpenter, I was trying to figure out because the game is filled with trapdoors. He just hit his 7th home run in 10 games. Now, he had a 75-mile-per-hour curveball out last night. 2 nights ago, an 83-mile-per-hour slider. These are the rest of those home runs. An 84-mile-per-hour changeup, an 85-mile-per-hour sweeper, an 82-mile-per-hour slider, a 91-mile-per-hour fastball, and an 80-mile-per-hour slider. So a lot of off-speed stuff he is hitting out, which I guess it's fine. You wait for teams to adjust to what you do well, and hopefully Carpenter, I think he would like to feast on fastballs. But here we go. Are we watching the core of the next potent Tiger lineup blossom in front of our eyes? And yeah, the wins and losses haven't come with. They didn't win. I mean, they had won 8 of 12. So losing last night isn't the end of the world. Unfortunately, all the good that went on, they lost a game in the division. If you're really still paying attention, but I mean, this could be the core. This could be 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5. And you bring in Parker Meadows last night, who they believe long term as a center fielder. We'll see how it plays itself out. But it's funny because I don't know where Detroiters are. I don't know where you are with watching the games. I think the hardcore Tiger fans, you're going to be there and you're going to be there and you're going to be there. And you watch them all and it doesn't really matter. And then the general Detroit sports fan has other things to do with their time, including, watching other Detroit sports teams or Michigan State. So you might not devote as much time to the Tigers, but I'm wondering if you're kind of wanting to tune in, listen to the at-bats, watch the at-bats of these guys who are hitting 2, 3, 4 in Green, Torque, and Carp, and thinking, I'm more interested in this than I would otherwise be because I could see the core blossoming right now.
I got to give it to the Tigers. They're continually giving us something to watch and look for. You mentioned they lost. At this point, I don't care about the win-loss anymore, but I do love what Torque, Green, and Carpenter are doing. You can't ignore what they've been doing since the middle of the summer here. Torque, I'm loving it. I feel so much more confident in Torque now because remember in the beginning of the year, it was all about exit velo. I mean, he's hitting the ball hard. It's just he's not getting lucky or it's not finding the open spot. But that exit velo is translating. Maybe it's to, adjusting the swing or whatever it is to now the power numbers. That's what I personally want from Torque is he was billed as this power hitter. Come in and slug. That's what I want. The average may always be around 240, 250, 260. I'm okay with that as long as the power numbers are there. Riley Green seems to be able to hit for average. Maybe it's a 5-tool type player. The Carpenter thing, I'm not completely sold on, even though I love what he's been doing. How can you not, right? Yep. It's just those other guys were high picks. They're expected to come in and perform. You mentioned Eric Haas. Yep. I'm not saying Kerry Carpenter is the next Eric Haas because actually he's been hotter than that, but it's so hard to keep doing consistently in baseball, especially when you were never projected to be like that type of player. He was a 19th round pick. I think a couple different colleges, right?
Yep.
But if he is part of this core, I feel very good about where the Tigers are headed.
So, and the thing is, Torque, he had a pose last night after he hit that ball that just screamed, I'm a badass and I know it. And that normally I don't care about that stuff, but he has weathered the storm. He's done something that typically major league teams don't like having to make players do. And we'll get to that today at 12:32. But Tiger fans, how confident are you? How confident are you that this is the core moving forward? This is the heart of your lineup with Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, and Kerry Carpenter. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
Pat Caputo says that Lions drafting, here's the headline, the Lions drafting Jameson Williams, glaring mistake. Now, I don't know, I don't remember per se whether Pat was in favor of the trade up and selection of Jameson Williams or not.
Right.
But he is correct. If he doesn't pan out, it will be a colossal mistake because he says the Lions would have had 32 and 34 because of the Stafford trade and could have taken, Christian Watson with either pick. And they could have also taken Jalen Petrie, the safety, or, Kenneth Walker III, any of those guys, instead of taking Jameson Williams, not to mention Sign from Georgia, who was taken, or Seen, right?
Seen, yeah.
He was taken by Minnesota and he got hurt. But, yes, there were other people out there.
Well, I would also take it to say that even if they made the trade, the selection of Jameson Williams is, by his estimation, a failure because you could have had Jordan Davis. You could have had a number of different players.
Yes.
I'm not willing to go there yet. Am I disappointed? Sure. But I'm
You're going to explain to these people what the hell's going on in Ann Arbor. I can't make sense of it.
You think I have all the answers to this?
It's your cult.
Okay.
It's Emgo Costa.
Here it is.
Excuse me, I have to get a screwdriver and fix him.
You go ahead and do that. For people who may have heard, and for those who have not, Jim Harbaugh and the Michigan Wolverines have, that too, self-imposed suspension, but only 3 games. The deal that fell through was 4 games. Fell through because the NCAA felt like 4 games wasn't enough. So what does Michigan do? They turn around and say only 3. Do they think that's going to be sufficient? Am I missing something with this?
Yeah, you're missing. Why would you self-impose in the first place? History has already shown you self-imposing doesn't really matter. Why would you self-impose when you put a deal before them that you would not agree to? The Committee on Infractions rejected your deal at 4.
Mm-hmm.
But you think 3 is doing something?
So what are we missing?
I don't know.
I know you don't like getting inside the head of the Michigan Brain Trust.
Took Harsh Gator out today. Gator did, by the way, when he called, he had tuned in and heard the dog conversation. I was eating lunch and I answered and put it on speaker, and I said, hello. And his first thing he said to me is, what are you, nuts? So we table the dog discussion for now. All right, so before the break, I was talking about Spencer Torkelson last night. He goes 4 for 5. He hits his 23rd home run of the season. He's got a shot at 30 this year. Kerry Carpenter goes 3 for 5. He hit his 19th home run of the season. They came on back-to-back pitches. And look, these guys have been dialed in. The Tigers have won 8 of 13, and Riley Green has been a big part of it. He didn't have the greatest game last night at the plate, but Parker Meadows has debuted with the Tigers. Just wondering how many people feel like they're seeing the 2, 3, 4 of the future lock in right here, right now. And the thing about Torque is sometimes we read, you feel compelled to read something into body language. Sometimes you ignore it. Sometimes it might be random. He hit that home run last night, and he had the little pose and then dropped the bat like the mic drop. And what we've seen, and why I think that's significant and why I take note of it, is it just feels like Torque has weathered something that major league teams don't ask players to do. He's weathered a key part of his development stage at the major league level. And because of the COVID year and not getting that year of minor league at bats, this guy has done a lot of developing on the biggest stage, in front of the most people, in packed stadiums, not in relative anonymity. When you strike out 4 times in a game down at Erie or Toledo or West Michigan, it's not on MLB Tonight. It's not on message boards. You don't have people calling talk radio calling you a bust. But Torque weathered that. And, I was paying close attention in the heart of the struggles and watching the frustration. And now that there's a light at the end of the tunnel, Torque's feeling it. And the great thing about it is struggles in this game can ruin you. There's a reason why it's done the way it's done. Well, you can go answer those questions and you can check those boxes and fill in those gaps in your game in the dark when nobody's paying attention. And Torque's had to do it here. And I think it's got to be awfully rewarding for him, and I think it speaks to his mental toughness. So it's been great to see. I think the idea that we're getting closer and closer, just saying, pen him in. Pen him in for what we hope is the next decade. He and Riley Green, a 1-2 punch, and then keep on adding.
It might be actually more satisfying taking the route he took instead of just having instant success right away, because you're right. I think baseball, professionally, maybe more so mental, that the mental aspect plays a bigger role than other sports. I mean, it plays a big role in all sports, but I think baseball, because if your mind is out of whack when you're at the plate, you don't know what you're swinging at. You're thinking too much. You're not thinking enough. It's really mental. So for him to be able to go down, and I mean, JD Martinez did it as a Tiger. Max Scherzer did it. Those are different situations, but my point is, and he was 1-1, first overall pick, to be able to go down when your buddy, Riley Green, stays with the team, you go down by yourself. And you got to work on it, because it's that bad where they're like, dude, we got to send you down. And that's why I think Scott Harrison, a lot of GMs and presidents in baseball are they take it easy with the young guys because they don't want to mess them up, because it could be that one wrong move could detour into like, hey, you're a bust, because that word was thrown around, like you said, a lot. But instead of him being a bust or whatever, he's come back, and you can't help but be incredibly impressed of how he's come back.
It's been really, really fun to see. And look, the Tigers, this team this year took advantage of the circumstances, and they were able to hang around in this division long enough to kind of help. And I'll admit there's a little bit of selfish, but when we bring up the Tigers in the middle of the summer this year, we got phone calls. And it wasn't a bitching about the GM or this or that. It was about a fan base that really is hungry to embrace a team that was in a chase. Now, what they were chasing after was to be the champion of a bad division. But as that faded, now this storyline is picked up. And this is way more significant than that was, because this could echo for years. So, I mean, keep your eye on it. It's been fun to watch, and I'm into it. And here's some feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. I'm telling you guys, Kerry Carpenter will be a better player than Torkelson. I like the statement, but you know what I'd prefer, whoever sent this, is to tell me why you believe that. Okay, great. It's a bold statement, but why? What am I missing? I'm all ears. Why? Another one. Kerry Carpenter is currently the best player in my fantasy league. And we're talking about guys like Yordan Alvarez and Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, Carpenter's been on an absolute tear.
Yep.
Is it real? Is it my personal question? So we'll see. I feel more confident in Torque, but for obvious reasons, where he's taken, where he's projected. But if Kerry Carpenter is part of this core, we're talking Green and Torque. I mean, we've fans and myself have bitched so long about developing players within the system.
Yep.
Positional players.
Yep.
We could have 3 of them right here.
Another one here. Last night was the first time I got excited about a Tigers game in at least a year and a half. That's from Frank at lunch. We had it on. I mean, when Torque's at the plate now, it's really been when Torque and Riley Green the last couple of weeks have been at the plate, I've stopped what I'm doing to pay attention. Games kind of always video wallpaper. And, we were eating dinner last night and I was pretty tired. But when Torque hit the bomb, I was like, yes. And I got up and I'm talking to the wife and the kids about it. And then before that had even settled down, Carpenter hits the next pitch out. And I'm like, okay, this isn't a replay. I thought, what am I watching here? One was to left, one was to right. It was obvious it wasn't a replay, but I'm like, did they just go back-to-back on back-to-back pitches? Yes, they did. Exactly, Doug. I'm more fascinated by the Tigers now than I have been all year. I'm heading down tonight to have the visuals to go with Dan's radio call. That's from an unnamed texter. I watched every game for the first 2 months, but the Tigers need to be 500 or better for me to tune in after that. Okay. Look, I'm seriously, everybody's different, right? And what brings you in? These guys' surge is catching my attention. These guys playing the way they have makes me make sure I get the game on. I might not be sitting down and in the past I've charted pitches, I've kept score, I've done all kinds of stuff, but I make sure the game's on right now. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. Hey, how would this move change your opinion of the coming season? We'll get to that today at 102. Here on 97.1 The Ticket. I got a quiz for you, Kang, coming up today at 12:51. Quiz for Kang and everybody out there. See how quickly you can get the answer. Typically, I do a Gator, but he's out today, so Kang will play the role of co-host. We'll get to that coming up shortly.
It's not math, is it? Because I don't like math either.
It's not math.
I don't like it as much as Gator doesn't like it, but
Yeah, he hates math. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Kurt. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Kurt?
Hey, Doug. How's it going, guys?
Doing good.
So if you look at Kerry Carpenter's career, why I think it's real interesting, there was his dad who didn't like the teaching approach to hitting. So he created this new system and new way to teach hitting. And he became Aaron Judge's hitting coach. And Kerry Carpenter is one of the first professionals that he's ever worked with. So he's been in this philosophy or hitting with this philosophy for a little bit longer than most. And that's why you've seen a guy go from virtually unknown, I think he was a really low round draft pick, to what he's doing today. He's really bought into the system of hitting. Guy's name is like Teacher Man or something. You can see his videos on YouTube. I'm a baseball dad, and I geek out about that stuff, and I just thought it was really cool and really interesting.
Where did you?
So
I
think
hadn't
it is
heard this
sustainable.
story, and maybe it was common knowledge, and I just missed it. But where did you hear this, or see this, or learn this?
Oh, I've read about it through different articles. If you look the guy up, his name's Richard Schneck.
Yeah,
he's Aaron Judge's hitting coach.
And he's Kerry Carpenter's dad.
No, he's not Kerry Carpenter's dad. He
thought
was
you
a
said that.
baseball dad.
Okay. I thought it was like
he
Kerry
came up
Carpenter's
with this
dad.
new approach to hitting.
Okay, gotcha.
He got frustrated with the way that they were teaching his son how to hit, and he didn't even have a big baseball background. He went through and learned and came up with this new approach. And Aaron Judge swears by it. I know Kerry Carpenter is one of the first ones to work with him.
Okay.
At the pro level.
When you re-explained
and
it again, I
it's my
thought you made it sound like it was Kerry Carpenter's dad that came up with the system, but it's Richard Schneck is his name. Is that correct?
Yeah, Richard Schneck. Sorry.
It's okay.
23andMe might reveal something I don't know about,
Kurt, it's all right. So this guy got Kerry Carpenter down the right path.
Yeah, really. That's the understanding. And he works with Aaron Judge. I mean, it's well documented. If you look him up, you can read about it.
Okay.
It's pretty cool stuff. But it's really outside the box hitting approach compared to what you're used to learning or teaching traditionally. And obviously, Aaron Judge is proof of that. It's pretty successful.
Hey,
So.
thank you for the phone call. After the initial confusion. All right, so he's got a hitting coach who is also in part responsible for Aaron Judge. That's good. Cool. Feedback coming in on the Tigers, and a lot of it, and specifically this young core. Nathan and Macomb writes in, thank you for all your texts, and we do appreciate when you sign them so we can give credit where credit is due. But Nathan writes in, this team is close, and with a weak division, I feel like they are a move or two away, and it's absolutely crazy to think the Twins could lose 4 or 5 in a row and the Tigers make it real interesting this year. Okay, that's a question. Sorry. Is it absolutely crazy to think the Twins could lose 4 or 5 in a row and the Tigers can make it real interesting this year? Yeah, I mean, look, the funny thing is last night they lost the game, right? I mean, last night, I would take last night's game all day, every day. If you're going to tell me that the core is developing and I'm getting more confident about the future, even though they lost the game. I mean, I don't want this to be the Angels. Shohei Ohtani pitched 8 innings of shutout baseball and Mike Trout went 4 for 4. Angels lost 3-2. I mean, that's just the story of the Angels. But in the here and the now, yeah, I'm not. Do I think it's crazy? I don't think it's crazy. I just think it's highly unlikely.
Was that Gator that texted that in?
Yeah, it was.
He's still holding on?
I know he is. I'm sure he is.
Yeah, I'm with you at this point. Give me the Angels scorecard. Where the
just give me these guys continuing to produce.
Yep.
Mix in some Matt Manning, Tarek Skubal, and maybe Reese Olson starts, and I'll feel
Tigers
good.
lose 6-5.
Yeah. Bullpen blows the lead. The Tigers lose. Okay, yeah, I'll accept that fate now.
I'm okay with it right now.
Right now, yeah. Unnamed texter says, out here on a limb. I'm sorry, this is Anthony, your mail truck. Out here on a limb, move Javi up to number 2 in the lineup and have Torque behind him and Riley in the 4 hole. Might help Javi out. Be out of the box, and I wouldn't mess with anything right now. Just let these guys cook. I knew this was coming. I love Veerling too. Looks to be a solid third baseman, some speed, and has solid swings.
It always comes.
It always
Doug.
comes in, yeah.
It always comes.
There's always the Veerling crowd, and they're not wrong. They're not wrong. I don't know that. I mean, Veerling's he's a good player. There is no doubt he is a good player that can help a good team. I feel like if they get to a point next year where they can add a corner outfielder or a second baseman of substance or a starting pitcher, and they don't have a budget to address every needs, and that means Matt Veerling's your everyday third baseman, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. That sounds really disrespectful, doesn't it? Like I'm not giving him enough credit, but.
No, but I feel it's funny if you talk Tigers, whether it's pitching, torque, AJ Hinch, and someone in the back always goes, Veerling!
Yep.
It's like, what? Yeah. You look around, you're like, don't forget Veerling.
I won't forget Veerling.
Okay. All right.
You're 100% correct.
I'm not saying he's bad or anything like
not
that.
At all. I don't even mean to imply it.
Yeah. Just don't forget Veerling.
Don't forget about Veerling. That's really great. From Scott, Kang has a 0% chance of not getting a dog.
What?
Somebody's predicting you're going to get a dog.
I've got a longer road ahead of me, that's for sure.
You do.
I don't dispute that.
Yep. And right now, your girls are just learning how to manipulate you, and you're already putty in their hands.
This is true.
All right, I am going to read off the teams and the names in a new sports league, and you stop me when you think you can guess what the sport is. Okay?
Okay.
Are you ready? These are the actual team names. And you tell me when you've heard enough and you think I can guess what the sport is.
Okay.
The Texas Ranchers.
I like that name.
The Bay Area Breakers.
I like that name too.
The Arizona Drive. The Atlanta Bouncers.
One more. Give me more. One more. These are great names. I kind of don't want you to stop.
The Utah Black Diamonds.
All right. I'm going to stop.
Okay.
I have a guess, okay?
Yep.
But every time you read a name, I couldn't help but picture it on top of a hockey puck.
Okay.
Hockey's not my guess, but I don't know why that just kept coming
It just
in.
popped into your head? Okay.
But with that being said, I'm going to say some kind of indoor, like arena football league.
I'm going to keep going. The Orlando Squeeze.
These are great names.
Did I give you Atlanta yet? I haven't given you Atlanta, have
No,
I?
that was Orlando you just said, right?
Yep. The Atlanta Bouncers. The Brooklyn Aces.
All right, stop.
Yep.
Some kind of minor league baseball?
It is not minor league baseball.
Not baseball.
The Chicago Slice.
Oh, I got it. Stop.
Yep.
Is this new slam ball? Is this slam ball? I know that's back.
It is not.
It's not slam
No.
ball? These are great names.
Well, I've kind of run out of names.
Okay, so what did you name off? Like 10? 12?
I think I named 9.
There's only 9 teams?
No, there's 4 more left. But these 4 names.
They make it obvious.
Yep.
Something like the
Well, I'll give you an abbreviation. Miami PC.
Is this pickleball? Is this pickleball?
Yep.
Pickleball! These are good names.
The Miami Pickleball Club.
I knew it.
This one's so appropriate. The DC Pickleball Team.
Of course. Are they DCPT? Yeah, that's what they do in that
That's
league,
what
right?
they do in D.C. The Dallas Pickleball Club and the Columbus Pickleball Club. These are all the teams and the names in Major League Pickleball.
They're funny names.
I will tell you, I absolutely love the name and the logo for the Utah Black Diamonds.
Yeah, why is that a snake?
It's like this mountain, and I don't know how else to. It's got a mountain, and it's like reflecting in a lake where the mountain. You could see the mountain, I guess, in a lake. But that's the major league team. Major league teams. There's also a Challenger League. I'm going to read some of these names.
Oh, there's like a minor league of the major league?
Yeah. We've got the Austin Pickleballers, the California Black Bears, the Florida Smash, the Frisco Pandas, the Las Vegas Night Owls, the LA Mad Drops.
Mad Drops?
Yeah.
Is that beats or like rain?
I got to tell you, it's like the best logo in the league by far.
What was it, LA?
The LA Los Angeles Mad Drops. You've got to see this logo. Do yourself a favor and Google search Los Angeles Mad Drops logo. I wonder if that'll even show up. I'd never heard of the Mad Drops. I don't even know what that means. It must be a pickleball term. Do you see that logo?
This? Yes.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Is it a silhouette of like a rollerblader or something?
It's a silhouette of a dude.
He's got long hair. He's got good hair.
With long hair.
Is that Birchie?
A headband and sunglasses.
Yes.
That's their logo.
And he's Mr. Drop?
I don't know what Mad Drop is. Is a drop something you can do in pickleball? A drop shot, maybe?
It's definitely something you can do in like table tennis and tennis, I think. I don't know if they call it Mad Drop.
The rest of the teams in the Pickleball Challenger League, the Milwaukee Mashers, the New Jersey Fives, the New York Hustlers, the Seattle Pioneers, the Hard Eights, and the St. Louis Shock. I'm going to see if I can get some Mad Drops gear. I love the logo. The Mad Drops gear is as good as the, what's the lacrosse team? The Redwoods with the disinterested bear. The LA Mad Drops. Got to get some gear. All right. How much would this change your expectation for the coming year? We'll get to that today at 105 here on 97.1 The Ticket. I don't think one Lion gets enough love. I think it's clear that the organization loves this guy. I think there's plenty to support that the organization loves this guy. And I think we gloss over his contributions. And I am ready to stop that and start an appreciation thread on this Carson Anderson message board for Khalif Raymond. This guy, he checks a lot of the boxes in a player that we have tweeted out a picture of the LA Mad Drops pickleball logo, which basically is the Birchie Kid. It's a silhouette of the Birchie Kid with like a headband and sunglasses. The Mad Drops from the Challenger League in Major League Pickleball, which has like a Premier League, and the Challenger League, which I guess is like the minor league. And I'm a Mad Drops fan because of the logo. Kang, do you like the logo or do you think it's dumb?
No, it's a cool logo, man. It's fun. It's you don't, because I don't take it seriously.
Right.
You know, like I think if like this was a professional, I know it's professional, but like one of the 4 majors, I think people would be like, "What are you doing?" It'd be funny for a little bit, but then it's like, is this really our logo forever? But I think, yeah, it's definitely comical. It's fun.
I tweeted it out, and the first 2 responses, JRL on Twitter says, "Yeah, that's dope." The next one, Josh says, "Should have put a joint in his mouth."
Pretty close, I think.
Yeah,
doing that.
I think that's the next logical
It is the next step.
So hopefully you follow us on Twitter at DuncanGator971, and you can see the logo of the Los Angeles Mad Drops.
I mean, that's definitely Birchie, right?
It's totally like if you, not everybody knows what the Birchie Kid who writes for our website looks like with the long hair.
Now they do.
But honestly, it kind of does look like him. The chin, the lips, the nose. It's Birchie.
This is Birchie.
They turned Birchie into a team logo.
If anyone needs this hat or a shirt or swag or merch,
it's Birchie.
Yes.
I went to the website. The merch isn't great. Like I'm looking for like I don't love the hats, and I don't need a hat. Got to come out with some more. The sweatshirt's okay. I don't love the t-shirts. I don't know. Maybe I'll grab a tee. Wait, is this $5? No, sorry, my bad. It's $30. Thought it was a $5 shirt. LA Mad Drops. I'm a fan of the Mad Drops due to the logo. Feedback still coming in. Looks like a guy that'd be friends with Beavis and Butthead. That's from Joe. Redick Grant says dope. Anyway, check it out for yourself. Okay. So we launched into a little exercise because it felt like we were a bit ahead of the storyline. A bit. But we've been talking about sort of what's next for the Lions ever since they signed Teddy Bridgewater. And one of the things that we have debated was adding to the wide receiver room. And since that discussion first was launched, and what we thought forwarded and discussed on the air was a trade before the trade deadline. So they're in a position now, the Lions, with cap space to try and, if it's appropriate at the trade deadline, make that one sort of put you over the top move. Which it doesn't necessarily mean that could be in their future, right? The ability to make a singular put you over the top move to win this division or challenge for a Super Bowl. They got work to do, but if you get to the trade deadline and you're, whatever they might be, 6-2 or whatever, 5-3, maybe they get aggressive. And Dave Burkett wrote yesterday in his 53-man roster projection for the Lions, I fully expect the Lions to pursue upgrades for the unit between now and the NFL's trade deadline. That's what he had to write about the wide receivers. So Dave's on board. Dave's pretty dialed in. And so I was like, that's interesting. So we started looking at the possibilities. All right, what teams with a high-priced veteran guy are poised to fail? Are poised to want out from under the contract and start collecting future assets? Some of these are kind of obvious because, and we've already talked about them, like what are the chances that the Rams are going to compete? Probably not great, right? So would they be willing to move on from Cooper Kupp for a draft pick? Tampa, Did Tampa name Baker Mayfield the starting quarterback today? Did I see that right?
They just did. Yep.
Okay. Mike Evans has already kind of gone public. It was frustrated that there hadn't been a quarterback named yet. But would Mike Evans become available if Tampa starts to fade? It seems like it could be in play. But we started looking at some others. All right. So teams that could fade and have a veteran receiver. In the AFC West, could Las Vegas fade and start shopping around Devontae Adams? Could that possibly be in play? I mean, look, I'm sure they're not white flagging it in that division. It's tough to be in the same division with the Kansas City Chiefs. And I mean, Herbert and the Chargers, I get people are starting to get a little cynical about the Chargers, but that's still a pretty good team that I wouldn't count out. And Denver, I mean, people are thinking Denver might be a bounce back team this year. I don't know. That Russell Wilson thing, it doesn't seem like it's going in the right direction. But if Vegas starts to fade, could Devontae Adams become available? What about Cleveland? Would they want to move on from Amari Cooper and his contract? He's a $20 million cap hit this year, $20 million cap hit next year. Would they want to move on from him if they start to fade in the AFC North? Kang, you brought up one where I'm like, ooh, is there a chance that Seattle, the NFC West, could fade and start to unload pieces?
Yeah, maybe the Geno Smith story was just last year. And the slipper, it does no longer fit Cinderella, and Geno Smith is back to a journeyman backup type quarterback play. That would really sink their ship, because that's one of the biggest reasons why Seattle was so good and made the playoffs last year. But they just drafted Jackson Smith and Jigba. I know he just had surgery today, apparently, but they expect him to be back by the beginning of the season, I guess, at some point, if not really early. Obviously, they have Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. Do they want to shed some salary with Metcalf or let go of Lockett, a veteran receiver?
They've got a lot of money sunk into the wide receiver position. I would think with Metcalf is 25, Lockett's 30, so they probably want to move on from Lockett, right? And he is owed his cap hit, it says, well, his base salary, 15.3 and 15.3 the next 2 years. So anyway, we just thought we'd kind of workshop some ideas. If you've got one in mind, a team that could fade and their veteran receiver come available, we've talked about it for a long time. Then that story yesterday from Dave Burkett, really interesting, saying he believes that they will. I fully expect the Lions to pursue upgrades for the wide receiver unit between now and the NFL's trade deadline. Who could be that veteran you'd like to see them go get? 248-539-9797. Open lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, we're a long way from the weekend, so start the party off early with Happy Hour at Twin Peaks. There really isn't a bar in the state that could touch their happy hour. Monday through Friday, from 2 to 6 and 10 to close. They offer up some of the best deals in town on some of your favorite food and drinks. $3 wells, $4 tall domestics, and $3 shots all pair great with scratch-made favorites like mozzarella cheese bites, fried pickles, queso and crispy mini tacos. You can get a shot, a beer, an app, and some tacos for less than $20. I mean, what would you rather do? Sit in bumper-to-bumper traffic while they're fixing the damn roads, or hang out with the most beautiful Twin Peaks girls in the state while taking advantage of their awesome food and drink prices? Yep. To find a location nearest you, go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. That's TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. If you're a fan of Twin Peaks, sign up for the E-Club and stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit TwinPeaksRestaurant.com/Peaks-Club to get started today. Doug Karsch, Gator out today. Kang behind the glass. Taking your phone calls, 248-539-9797. But all over the board today. From college football to the NFL to baseball, back to the NFL. We talked some pickleball. Getting pressured by my kids to get a dog. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Matt in St. Clair Shores. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, Doug. Happy Tuesday.
You too.
Listen, I've been screaming Michael Thomas from the rooftops for the last couple of years. He even fits more now. He's a big body guy. He catches everything. He's down in the Saints. This Derek Carr thing is going to fail. They're going to play Taysom Hill again. And it's just going to be perfect to get him out of there. He's going to be cheap because he's a little bit older. He's had some issue problems. With Teddy coming in, who's a Saint, he can work on the system. He's literally the perfect guy for us to put on the team.
That's a great call. It's a great call. I mean, what we got to the one thing you said there is, are they going to fade? That division's such a mess that anybody and they actually are the Vegas favorite in that division. So, but if things go south, I think you're onto something. He's the right age. He's the right style of receiver. His salary, I mean, they'd be sending. They'd take a cap hit to trade him. His base salary isn't that bad.
Yeah, I think they tried to trade him previously a few years ago, like when he had that toe thing going on and couldn't clear medicals. But I just feel like he'd be another good guy to have in the room. He's a pro. Maybe a guy to get a little locker room leader for JMO to show him, hey, this is how you be a professional. He's coming back. They're both big guys. He doesn't have the speed that anymore that JMO has now, but that man is nothing but catches the ball. Him and Amon, you'd have two guys with absolute stick them on their hands. Jared Goff would have a huge completion percentage with those guys.
I think it's a great call. Matt. You nailed it. Kang, what do you think of that?
Well, obviously, Michael Thomas has to stay healthy. He's had a big problem staying healthy the last couple of years. That's number one. Number two, they do have to kind of fall apart quickly and pretty badly because that division's terrible. They went out and got a big – I don't care how you feel about Derek Carr. They feel like he is their answer right now to moving on, right, and getting some playoff success. So Derek Carr is going to need someone to throw the ball to.
Yep.
And it's clearly Michael Thomas. He's the best receiver on the team. They still have Kamara. So let's just say things go horrific for them. They don't win a game the first 4 weeks, and Michael Thomas starts bitching. Yeah, that guy becomes a candidate because he's had problems with the Saints for the last few years. Other than just staying healthy, they've had their public disputes. Michael Thomas he's been active on social media, not liking certain things the Saints have done. So he's a candidate for sure.
248-539-9797. Brendan, you're next here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Brendan.
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
Doing good.
So I was doing some thinking. I really like the question. I'm thinking Juju Smith-Schuster on the Patriots. I know he just signed a 3-year deal, but his base hit the next 2 years is 1.1, so he'd be a really cheap option. And he was pretty serviceable for the Chiefs last year. And the Pats are in a very hard division. So I was kind of thinking Juju. He's 27, I believe. So he's getting up there as far as age. And, if we're going to compete over the next 2 to 3 years, I think he'd be a good guy to throw on the outside.
Not a bad call. Also, what's funny is when I started doing this earlier, I realized there are a lot of good receivers in this league. And the Lions have kind of made it through without having an established good receiver. We've obviously got Amon-Ra St. Brown in what feels like it could be a long and great relationship together. But Juju Smith-Schuster fits the bill as well. And if the Patriots start to fade, they might be looking to just accrue draft. In fact, nobody likes having draft picks as much as Bill Belichick. He loves it.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, you look at the Pats schedule by week 5 or 6, they've got Philly, Miami, the Jets, Dallas, New Orleans, and Vegas, and then Buffalo, and then Miami again. So, by week 8, by the trade deadline, they might be looking to move some pieces. And, we know that offense is not the greatest. So thought Juju was a good call.
It is a great call.
Doug.
No, it's a great call. What do you make of that one, Kang?
Listen, there's so many receivers out there that, there's going to be leftover good receivers available at some point. I mean, every team needs 2 to 3 guys. I think that's why Brad Holmes is always looking to upgrade that room, whether it's just depth or talent. Denzel Mims, what did they get him because they needed bodies to practice? Obviously, he was hurt when he got here and didn't even barely get to practice. But were they looking for, talent? Like, hey, Jamo's out the first 6 weeks. Other than Leaf and St. Brown, what do we really have? No disrespect to Marvin Jones, but he's older. Josh Reynolds hasn't really done a lot in the league. I know he has a relationship with Goff, but he's never been close to a Pro Bowl type receiver. They need guys.
Yep.
Every team needs guys.
Yeah, but it's it got us to talking. We didn't have time to really develop it yesterday. We were on to other stuff, and right when we got to is when the Harbaugh stuff kind of broke. So we transitioned to that. But this is interesting because Dave Burkett doesn't just throw things against the wall. In fact, we have really good beat writers, and that was the one that we printed up and went with his 53-man projection. But he wrote he expects them to go to look for receiving help at the trade deadline. So who could be that guy that becomes available? A bunch of feedback coming in. We threw out the names Mike Evans and Cooper Kupp over the last couple of weeks. What about if Vegas starts to fade? Devontae Adams. What about Cleveland? Would they move on from Amari Cooper? Seattle, Tyler Lockett. Michael Thomas, a caller just suggested. Juju Smith-Schuster, a caller suggested, from New Orleans and New England, respectively. 248-539-9797. Sean is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Sean.
How's it going? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I think that the Lions should look into getting Michael Pittman. He's 25 years old, and the Colts are falling apart. I just think he'd be a good fit on the team.
It's funny. We talked about it today. The question is he too young with too much of a future that if you're the Colts, that you don't want to move on from a guy who's 25?
I understand that. Just because Anthony Richardson's a young QB, they want to give him someone to throw to, but they can't win with that roster. They're not going to win with that roster, and they need to rebuild. And I know that they started with Anthony Richardson, but I think getting picks would be in the best interest for them.
Well, maybe. If I were a Colts fan, I would be not wanting to move on from a Michael Pittman. But the Lions could have access to him. If there was access to him, yeah. Did you guys already mention Cortland Sutton from Denver? Big frame, professional, already linked to trade rumors with the Patriots. It's from an unnamed texter. Mike in Dearborn, Mike Evans, Tampa Bay, aging team, backup quarterback starting, last year of his contract. I mean, that's one we have mentioned, and it makes a ton of sense. There we go. Lions should look at Michael Pittman. He's in the final year of his contract. From an unnamed texter, this is Fantasy Radio. Amon-Ra will get $20 million per year in a deal. They can't afford to have two $20 million receivers with everyone they need to pay. Well, the guys that are on expiring contracts that we've already mentioned, Amon-Ra's not getting $20 million before the year is done. And this would be a who would they try and get now kind of deal. So I don't think it's fantasy. I don't think it's fantasy at all, especially because brought in to help them try and win this year.
Yeah, the Lions do have to pay some players.
They do.
But this is not uncommon for teams that have two big-time receivers on teams, on the team making a lot of money.
Yep.
They got to rework the contract, right? Mm-hmm. How much up front, how much is backloaded, things like that. But some of the teams we mentioned have two big contract receivers. It's, that's the NFL now.
It is. Seattle being one of them, right? A lot of money sunk into that position, and one of their guys is 25 and one of their guys is 30. So it could happen. It could happen. Now, is Amon-Ra going to cost $20 million a year? I wouldn't think he'd cost that much, but maybe. He might. He's due a raise, but they got a bunch of guys. That are going to be due raises in the next year. What they may be looking for, though, is a guy on an expiring contract, and that's where makes sense to try and win now. 248-539-9797. Okay, so the Lions aren't the only team that could be looking to make an upgrade. What if a team in the division made a huge splash? We'll get to that coming up today at 1:31 because there are Vegas odds out there. And this team in the division is the second favorite to get this big name. Again, we'll get to that today at 1:31. In the meantime, just a reminder, you can stream the show on Twitch. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, and bam, there we are. Video included. plus YouTube. Go to YouTube and search up 971 The Ticket there. Bam, there we are. Streaming chat and comment sections available. Also streaming in the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. Stream through our website, 971theticket.com, where Champ and Chump are posted. See for yourself. Our Twitter page as well, at Doug and Gator 971, where we got the logo from the LA Mad Drops. Dude, somebody put a side-by-side picture of the Mad Drops logo and the Birchie Kid from a Fox 2 appearance.
They did? I got to
Spot
check
on.
this out.
I'm going to retweet it in a minute. Spot on. Again, follow us on Twitter, at Doug and Gator 971. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Kang, did you see the side-by-side pictures of the Mad Drops logo and the Birchie Kid?
Birchie is Mad Drops.
Yeah, he is totally Mad Drops.
We might have to call him Mad Drops from now on.
You might, if you're not familiar with the LA Mad Drops. What? They are in the Challenger division of Major League Pickleball. The Los Angeles Mad Drops, and their logo is the silhouette of a pickleball player, and we think they use the silhouette of Will Birchfield, our web writer, who's been on Fox 2 quite a bit. Check it out, @DunGator971 on Twitter. Earlier on that Twitter page, we tweeted out the screenshot of the ESPN Get Up crew and just wondered how things have changed because the Lions were no longer the prohibitive favorite in the division. The Bears were. Now it was a crew of 4 people, and given Sal Paolantonio changed Mike Greenberg's mind. Greeny originally said Lions, but Sal Pal convinced him it was going to be the Bears. So Dan Graziano took the Vikings. Sal Paolantonio took the Bears. Marcus Spears took the Lions, and then Mike Greenberg settled on the Bears after being convinced it wasn't going to be the Lions. And, we just talked about how it's funny whether the Lions exhausted the timeline of being everybody's it team or maybe we're overconfident or whatever. Here's some of the feedback we got. I'm in Seattle and listen to Seattle and national shows as well as the general perception as well. General perception is the NFC North is wide open. I've heard arguments for all 4 teams. That's from an unnamed texter. Here's another one. I live in Chicago. I'm amazed at how optimistic the fans are about the Bears. People saying 10 to 12 W's. I don't see it. So I think what's going on in Chicago is something we've experienced for years. And seriously, we've seen it from that perspective. When you are a struggling team, not a great team, and you do something good in the preseason with guys who are going to be there, like Justin Fields and DJ Moore, guess what? You get excited about it. You get optimistic about it. And now we're experiencing it from a completely different perspective. We're a team that's perceived, just a perceived team to be on top. And it renders the preseason kind of meaningless because there's 2 things that are going on. One is 14 offensive regulars and 9 defensive regulars got the DNP CD last Saturday against the Jacksonville Jaguars. And isn't there a quote today? I didn't hear it, but Kang, isn't there a quote today from Dan Campbell saying, yeah, these we're probably going to sit the same core of players on Friday against Carolina?
He basically said I think he imagines Friday's game versus Carolina looking something like the first 2 weeks as far as players playing, certain players playing and not playing.
So that means 6 offensive linemen, Jared Goff. It probably means David Montgomery. Jahmyr Gibbs played the other. So we'll see. But anyway, yeah, I think Chicago fans have gotten fired up because of the preseason success that they've seen. When Fields was in there. Fields didn't play last week.
No, but they had all the additions and everything. There's a lot of hype. There's a lot of,
A lot of additions. The linebacking core, bringing in more to man the wide receiving.
They upgraded the offensive line, which was terrible last year. And I got to tell you, part of this is also the success of the Eagles and Jalen Hurts. They saw the leap that a young quarterback can make in this league and what it can do for your team, which is potentially take you to the Super Bowl.
Yep. So then I saw this, and I thought, These are odds from betonline.ag. Sportsbook sends us odds all the time. Jonathan Taylor, next team, if not the Colts in week 1. Favorite, the Miami Dolphins, plus 200. The second favorite, the Chicago Bears, plus 250.
Wow, the Bears are second favorite?
Yep. How would that change things? Because Jonathan Taylor's been told he can go seek a trade.
I brought up the Bears as a team to you. I did not know this, the Vegas odds or anything.
Yep.
I just asked your opinion. How would you feel if the Bears got Jonathan Taylor? It's kind of just, I threw it out there. I looked at real quickly through my head, what team might need a running back? What team might have some cap space? And I said Bears, and you said you'd be a little concerned, right?
Yes. Yes. It's a bit of a game changer.
Right now they have what? Khalil Herbert? They moved on, obviously, from David Montgomery.
Yeah, they got Donta Foreman. I swear they drafted somebody.
Yeah, they did.
Who did they draft?
But, I mean, it's no one. It's not like
Roshan Johnson from Texas.
Yeah.
They got a Texas running back.
But not Bijan Robinson.
But not that Texas running back. I mean, that would be a power move. That would be a power move.
That would scare me a little bit.
I wonder why the Bears are the second favorite. I'm going to look up cap space here.
Well, they have picks. I mean, they just gained picks because, the Colts are apparently looking for a first-round pick in return here, some kind of big return.
Well,
the Bears have picks.
Yeah, didn't they say they want a bunch of picks? They want.
We'll see if they get a bunch of picks.
Yeah.
Well, Irsay kind of contradicts himself here. He didn't think running back's important and also wants the world for a running back.
Yeah.
So people are going to use that against him. But let's say they at least get a first-round pick in return. The Bears with Justin Fields and his running ability and Jonathan Taylor, kind of the RPO, the option in the NFL, that's scary.
I mean, honestly, if I were a Bears fan, I'd be pushing for this. They've got cap space. They've got $14 million right now in cap space.
Because Taylor's going to want a new deal.
Yep.
And they got picks from trading.
Yeah,
this past
I mean, I
draft.
don't want him to go to Chicago. I don't want him to go to Chicago. Look, Chicago, we can sit here and talk about, and there's been a lot of people, and it's because of the ESPN. We talked about the ESPN picks and two guys picking the Bears, and it's fine. It doesn't impact reality. But a fact is, Chicago has the highest expected improvement of any team in the fan.